PKA 624. Start with just the boys. Tucker coming halfway through. Jericho. Taylor?
This episode of PKA brought to you by Lock and Load and Blue Chew. A couple of wonderful products. You'll hear more about that. You're already fucking familiar with. Everyone knows who they are. So you'll hear more about them again a little later. How are you guys doing?
I'm pretty good. Oh, Woody's not good. What's wrong?
No, I'm good. Dude, I just finished reading about Kanye, and it's...
You didn't watch the video?
Yeah, you had to watch the video.
Yeah. I saw that. Well, there's the video, then there's all the analysis. Like, it's a long podcast to watch all of it. But
I didn't watch all of it.
The part where he said, "I like Hitler" is probably the highlight, right?
And the part right after that where he goes on this little rant. He's like, hey, there's people everywhere, and those certain people want to tell you that there's not good in everyone, a little good in everyone. Hitler, for example. because there's a part where well, Alex Jones is trying to save him, right? He goes, these people are trying to make it out like you're like Hitler or something. And he goes, well, hey, you know, like literally he gives it to him. Like, they're trying to make it like you like Hitler or something. He goes, you know, I do like Hitler. I like his roads and bridges program. All right. Amazing. I like this and that. And it's like, dude, I'm glad you're wearing that mask.
Yeah, he's wearing like a gimp suit while he's
Here's
doing
my theory.
this.
Here's my new theory. It's one of two things. Binary. Here, it's either Kanye is an actual Nazi, or someone has kidnapped one of his children or loved ones, and they are holding him, and they are making him say these things, because that's the only way they get you on a stage saying this crazy shit. He's saying stuff that's like, when he just randomly went, I like Hitler. It's like, whoa, why did you do that just now? Why did you just randomly pop off I like Hitler? Did you get a text from the kidnappers that says, just randomly say, I like Hitler in the middle?
It's time to fulfill your end of the bargain.
First of all, stop calling me yay. God damn it, I hate that bullshit. Yes, I will say I like Hitler. Just don't cut off another finger.
I've never seen... Yay? No, it's
yay. Well, in my funny bit, like they're making him change his name as well. I see. None of this craziness is on.
Have you ever seen Alex Jones get so out Alex Jones'd?
No,
I've never seen that, because I've seen Alex Jones talk about Nazis, and like he's like, these Nazis, they were liberals, people. They were leftist liberals. They were socialists. What are we? We hate socialism. These Nazis were socialists. And he was like trying to tear Kanye out of the Nazi shit, and the blasé attitude that Kanye is just like, actually, Hitler, did you know he invented highways and microphones? And it's like,
the microphone I'm using right now as an artist.
Yeah, the microphone I use as an artist. And it's like, okay, I knew the Autobahn thing with Hitler because that's like a bar night trivia where it's like, who was in charge of the Autobahn? It's like, we're going to get this. It was fucking Hitler. Yeah. I am so sure he had nothing to do with microphones. Like, there's no way.
I wouldn't think what was he talking about? Engineer, and also to say he invented highways. I mean,
yeah,
like I don't know. I just he
put a highway in Germany.
No, that I can buy. Sure. But highways, were they not invented by like the Romans? Maybe, or like when does a road become a highway? I don't know.
Look, it's only if we start parsing this out, then we'll end up right next to Kanye defending Hitler. Right, so there's no.
I don't think
if anyone's curious about how much Hitler was involved in the Autobahn, fucking Wikipedia that, because we here at PKA refuse to list any of the possibly, according to Ye, the things that were good about Hitler. We will not list those, or even look into whether there are any things.
And then of course there's my dumb ass with its like seeing politics and everything. The Republican Judiciary Committee deleted their tweet. It just said Kanye, Elon, and Trump. That was it. That was the whole tweet. And they're like, yeah, we got to get rid of this one. These are no longer our heroes.
Oh, well, I mean,
is it like it should be like mental illness.
right?
Yeah, this December, the holidays are coming up. Mental illness. Check on your loved ones, okay?
No. Did you see that photo of Kanye? He's like just sitting in some like Asian restaurant in like a strip mall after he like barged out of the Tim Pool interview, apparently. And it is so funny because there is like some woman there who's clearly a Kanye West fan, and she's like standing next to him smiling as he looks like miserable. Like he probably just took his gimp mask off, and like it is her face just lets you know she's the last person to know what's going on with Kanye right now. She saw Kanye in that restaurant and was like, the guy with the shoes and the music? Oh my God. Like,
I haven't thought about you in a couple of years. What's been up? Hey, are you still married to that beautiful Kim Carr, what was it?
Yeah, dude, she's smiling like she's taking a picture with like Chris Pratt, like it's the Guardians of the Galaxy, man. Like, just no idea.
I want to talk about the Gimp mask. I don't know. Does he feel like a little secure and maybe like low level? I don't know how to say it. Just
plausible deniability. There's not plausible deniability, but implausible deniability is built into him wearing that mask, because he could always in the future be like, that's a deep fake. That wasn't me. Look. It just wasn't. Look, it's not even my face there saying it. That doesn't even sound like it. I'll be honest. I had to listen close to make sure it was his voice, because I was like, if he's going off of the rails saying some Hitler shit and I can't see his face, I'm not 100,000. I'm not. They're great impersonators. Maybe that wasn't Kanye.
I've heard a couple theories. One of them is that the plausible deniability is going to pretend that wasn't him. Okay, that's one. I've also heard that he suffers from like really intense, aggressive cold sores sometimes, and maybe he just flat out fucking wanted to hide that, like, you know, didn't want to face the world. And then there's my own theory, which is he just feels a little protected behind it, and he's been exposed lately. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
projecting. I felt like that with the mask a little bit. Like I don't know, like I could just walk in, like no one fucking knows me, no one can see me. I'm hiding in plain sight.
I'm sure he walked in with an entourage, probably a camera, but even if not, he is that guy being followed by security and like hanger-ons with a mask on.
Yeah,
I don't know, man. He's crazed.
Let me read this. Zach is posting
It's pretty unhinged.
Kanye wrote or said, "Don't embarrass yourself trying to chase your dreams. Save face. Save face. That's why I got this effing mask on, because I ain't worried about saving face. Fuck my face," he told the crowd during the concert. Fuck whatever my face is supposed to mean, and fuck whatever name Kanye is supposed to mean. It's all about my dreams. It ain't about anybody's dreams. It's about creating, not about the idea of being a fucking celebrity. Those are older quotes about masks. I don't know.
This man is unwell.
Here's the thing. Is Kanye going off the rails because he left Kim? Or on a related note, did Kim like keep him on rails all those years?
I don't know anything about their relationship, but from like all the like political minded people like surrounding him now, he's like, I bet he has a ton of people whispering in his ear to say certain things, to not do this, do that. Oh, it'll be great for your cause to do this and say this, but really it's someone, you know, Milo or whoever it is, like trying to finagle something out of him.
What's the Russian term for useful idiot? You guys are going to know this. No,
I don't know. No,
there's a Russian term for useful idiot. Maybe Zach can help me. But anyway, it's this idea that, like, you know, the Russian government, their spy network, they find someone who's easily compromised and get him to do shit. I kind of feel like that's happening to Kanye now. Kanye maybe not as bright as the people around him, and fucking Nick Fuentes and Milo and who knows who else are using him as a tool. And they'll
Candace Owens, is she still getting him to buy Parler? That was like a week and a half ago, and it's totally out. Like now, that's not even in the top 5 Kanye things of the last couple months.
Like when someone like Candace Owens comes up, I've only been exposed to probably like the good sound bites and clips. I'm sure there's bad ones. I need to see the bad ones, because all I see is like really attractive lady who makes a lot of sense and like defends herself so well. She's like, oh, it's funny that you should characterize things that way, Senator, because, and then she'll start laying out this fucking case, and it's like 4 parts to her explanation. I'm like, there's no way she's not right. I don't know. I like her.
I really haven't watched.
I haven't
much.
Is she one of the crazy ones, Woody? Like I don't know. Like, is she like
Kim Kardashian?
No. Candace Owens.
Candace Owens.
I'm sorry. I was looking up useful idiot. I got just stuck on it. No, well, Candace Owens, she used to be a Democrat. I think she's a bit of a grifter. Now she does the Republican thing. She's changed her views because that's where the money is.
That's cool.
She has strong conservative beliefs, but they're always like so thin. You know, she'll say, my opinion is climate change is fake. And they're like, well, I mean, we've measured it. What do you think about this? Let's dive deep. No, that's as deep as it goes right there.
Yeah. I'm not feeling it. It's a
yeah, I'm not vibing with this climate change. So
it's a gut thing.
See her as kind of a lightweight, but and this is my bias again. Every time Republicans have a black supporter, they hold them up like they caught a fucking fish. Look, this one likes us. This one's on the Republican team. It can be Conde, it can be Candace. It doesn't matter. Every time there's a black Republican, they put them out front and center.
Well, yeah,
they often do that.
We want you to know that we're not racist, that we would love to have more black people in the party. And like one of the lies I see from the left so much.
We're so cool with black people. Look what he says. And we're still on.
Yeah. Like one of the lies I always see from the left is when they show like black guys with guns and they're like, this is the nightmare for the Republicans. And it's like, no, dude, we love seeing you guys with like AR-15s and shit. It's like, do you want to come with us and go shooting?
Yeah.
What kind of scope you got? Come on. like I promise you, if you want to make if you're a black guy who like wants to secure a friendship with some white people, because you know it's good to have black friends and white friends, you know, friends outside your race, I should say. Man, guns is a great way to do it.
Yeah, there's who's the black gun guy?
Be friends with me.
he's from YouTube. There's a black gun guy, and this guy is not paper thin. He really
Colin
stuff. Colin? Is that his? You just said that like to fuck with me, right? Like a first name, like it could be right. There's a YouTuber who's pro-gun. He's a Second Amendment guy.
It's like Colin Noir or something, right?
Oh, you might be right. It is something like that. I'm sorry.
I didn't want to be disrespectful because I wasn't positive about what his whole name was. That's why I didn't like lay the whole thing out. I didn't want to get the thing wrong because
anyway, he's a Republican, and Republicans are all about him. Colin Noir. I'm sorry. I apologize, but yeah, that guy likes guns, and he's exactly what you're talking about. He's fully in with the Republican side. They love him.
Yeah, sure. Like, yeah, there's the idea that like I don't know any white people who hate people because of their skin color. I've never met one. I like maybe old ones who are just scum,
right?
You know, like that old guy sitting in the corner at a fucking like mechanic shop or you know, like the hardware store who's just like, I hate them all. And goes on these like weird rants about stuff that's not even accurate or true. But like I've never met like anyone who's like my age group or even like who's just like doesn't like the race of black people. That's a new one for me.
Most people are actually pretty nice. Like when you talk to them in real life. Like
yeah, what happens is you get like upset at like a person, and then you boil him down to like whatever the most hurtful like simple version of him can be. You know, it's Xbox rules, and some people mistake that for systemic racism that comes down from the top or something. It's like, dude, I would have called you any number of things based on what you were. I just hate that you honked your fucking horn. I think that happens a lot, right? You know,
I'm sure.
Kanye is a different kind of racism, though. He's that hate racism that we need to single out because he's talking about Hitler in a good fucking way. I saw the edit of him like talking about Hitler, but it was interspliced with clips from American History X when Edward Norton's about to curb stomp that man, and the kid's going, no, like, don't do it.
That's like what Alex Jones was doing right before he teed off on Hitler. He's like, don't do it, Kanye.
It's like what all his fans are thinking too, because you know there's still some fans who are like, I wouldn't say I'm a fan of Kanye, but like, you know, there last week I was still under that what I would say here, like, man, it's got to be mental illness, right? Like, it's got to be mental illness, right? But now I'm starting to think like it's mental illness, and he's also a racist. It's both. I think it's both.
I don't know of a mental illness that makes you praise Hitler.
Yeah, mental schizophrenia or bipolar disorder. Any number of
do awful things.
Like not that specifically. There's no he's got Hitler disease. Yeah.
Like mental illness has made people like kidnap hundreds of prostitutes and keep them in the basement.
He's got the Luftwaffe fever.
That's just horny.
That's just a guy who's horny. You're right. At least he's not anti-Semitic. Can you guys imagine like being in an interview and an easier softball than like thoughts on Hitler? You're just like, Ayo, not good. Ayo, fire that back. Bad guy. Like, can you imagine fucking that up? Jesus Christ.
It's
Kanye's going to get really canceled. Like he
already has been kind of.
My dumbass thought he might come back for a long time. And people love his music, right? Like if you're talented enough, you rape a person, right? Like, and they'll still listen to you. They'll still buy your songs.
Look, Kobe Bryant kept balling.
Perfect.
They paint him like an angel on fucking billboards. You know, Michael Jackson, we all know what was up. Even if we don't think that he like actually went all the way, we know that something was not right several times with kids. Like he cuddled up on some kids, and even that ain't right. I don't like none of it. But damn, he can sing, and so it's all good. Kevin Spacey, I'm good with bringing him back 100% into the fold.
If Kevin Spacey had a Kanye West style meltdown on Alex Jones just like this, are you like, but you played him but you played Frank Underwood? and Kaiser Sose so well. I guess we got
and American Beauty, when you were attracted to that underage girl, man, you sold it well. Is it wasn't very hard to pretend to be attracted to an underage girl or boy.
Yeah.
or whatever kind of in-betweens they're doing these days. You know, he'd like go into a whole weird transphobic thing too. Like he'd offend as many people as possible, probably. Yeah. I hope he comes back. But yeah, you're right, Woody. If you're talented enough, like some major stuff can like go under the rug. If you can play ball, you can like cripple human beings and like hit people on highways, like drunk driving over and over, that John Jones shit. You know, there can be video of you beating your wife in a league where they just had like the Stop Beating Your Wife month or whatever. Yeah. and they'll be like, the Steelers next week? All right. 2 weeks from now, we're going to start your suspension, and it's going to be a long, good one until you play the Seahawks, of course, in week 7. Going to need you back for that. It's like,
going to need you back. Hope you've learned your lesson by next
you suspended
Monday.
him for like a bye week and the game against the Falcons.
Yeah.
Like they have suspended him from the punt return team, and it's like he was never on the punt. Like,
for as long as you play the Lions,
he can't use the concession stands here no more.
Yeah, unless he's hungry.
He plays here.
Is it Chris Brown? Like, did someone beat Rihanna or pee on a child or something? All
right,
that was R. Kelly.
Those are two different musical artists.
Mm-hmm.
I got to say, there aren't a lot of white musical artists that I hear about going off like this, but
maybe they're just sneaky.
They are sneaky. You're right.
Could be.
They're
what
right.
It is.
Yeah, that's what it is. I really think that's what it is. like legitimately, like yeah, they're just sneakier. That's what it is.
It could be.
But R. Kelly's done. You talk about the peeing on people. Like I don't remember how many years he got. Yeah. He's like done. Like everybody turned their back on him. I saw like one of those YouTube shorts where I don't know who it was, like a 50-year-old like rapper R&B guy or something, but he was just like, you know, when he's your ninja for life, you know, and maybe he does some stuff you don't like. And they're like, yeah. And people are nodding along. I mean, then they get to this part and they're like, wait, maybe I don't nod at this part. You know, maybe he does some shit you don't like. So, you know, I wouldn't be down like that. You know, I don't do no stuff like that, but he's your ninja, you know? And some of them, they're kind of like, yeah, but he did pee on all those little girls.
Yeah, he did
rapist.
Do enticing a child. I see here exploitation of a child. Sexual exploitation of a child. 30 years. Mm. He will be eligible to get out in 2049.
Oh, just in time for the Super Bowl halftime show.
He'll be very old. Woody.
Yeah, Woody's been attacked.
He's been attacked. He's been canceled.
Just a second
for being okay with Kanye. Yeah, this is interesting. You know what I think? I think that this Hitler stuff really hurts his chances of being elected president.
I really think so too. I think that Trump is probably thinking like, oh yeah, just keep like careening into the side rail there. Make sure you don't steal any votes from me, because God, there's nobody on my team that's like voting for the black guy who's literally saying I like Hitler, right? Like that. There's no Trump supporter who's bad, right? Who would vote for him?
Come on, you know there are pro-Nazi Trump supporters.
Not that would vote for a black man.
Oh, yeah. All right. I'm sorry. I didn't.
It's a perfect storm.
Those Venn diagrams are two separate circles. They look like boobies.
Now we're amoebas, like separate in the void. Those don't touch at all. The people who support Trump would vote for a man who supports Hitler, who is black. That doesn't exist. No, I mean maybe there's like I
want to meet that guy.
That guy's like, I don't see color.
That's what it would be.
Yeah, he'd have to like be okay. I guess he would just have to be a full-on like anti-Semite, and that was his thing.
He would have to love Hitler.
Yeah,
like just to be like, all right, fine.
I some on the internet, you never know if you're being trolled or if it's like there's really this group of black Nazis. But I could have sworn that I saw some group of like black Nazis like years back, and I thought it was some sort of internet oddity. I didn't know if it was like a joke or satire, or if there was like eight black guys out there who identified with the Nazi party. But I'm sure that those exist.
I'm sure. I mean, anything you can imagine, there's a Discord of people riled up about it.
It's fair.
Like any intersection, there's
the black Hebrew Israelites. Yeah. I could see them being yay supporters. 100%. He called him out. He he shouted him out.
Isn't that what Kanye sort of like believes? Where he's like, I'm Jewish. Black people are the Jewish people, and so he would kind of be a black Israelite. I don't actually know what they all believe, but I mean, black Israelite seems like that. It's the same kind of thing.
It's look. Here's my thing. I think that Kanye is going to hurt himself, and it's not going to be funny anymore, and that's a shame. Because
when you say hurt yourself, is that code for suicide?
Yeah. I think he's gonna because I think that he's just really in a goddamn spiral, and the spiral has been going for like a year and a half, and it's like the stuff that would tear down a normal human being, plus the stuff that we can't even imagine, like losing $1 billion and being blasted across the entire planet by
everyone,
trending on Twitter continuously about what a dumbass piece of shit racist scumbag you are. And feeling because of your mental illness that, like, I don't know, the Zionists are conspiring against you or whatever. Like, I can see him hurting himself. Yeah, it's a shame.
Well, hope not.
I really think he's mentally ill. I think that, like,
I think most people believe that by now. Yeah.
Jesus.
It seems like it. It's very erratic behavior. I guess he's a history of like going off on things. Like he was known for that. It's just he's like gone from 1 to 10 now.
He's always been eccentric, like.
I just don't know much about his past. Like I don't listen to his music. I don't know much about him up until this. When I hear his songs, I like it. Like it's catchy. Yeah. It's good.
A lot of older
There's a reason people like
college,
it. But
College Dropout album is really fucking good. That came out like 04 maybe. Sometime around there, like so big. We love that shit. Over and over.
I saw this really old viral tweet. Do you remember that like reality show woman Tila Tequila?
Oh, 100%.
That was a fucking loon.
Yeah, I know everything about
she
Tila.
Came out in favor of empathetic to Hitler, and there's like a old tweet from like 2013, somebody being like, Tila Tequila straight up loving Hitler. Come on, not even Kanye would say that, like using him as the example of like
he probably just had went off on Taylor Swift. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Around that time was when he went after Taylor Swift. Which
now that seems pretty cute now, doesn't it?
That is
right.
Tame.
Yeah, that seems pretty fucking tame.
No one seems on board with this idea that.
But first, I want to talk about the Jews.
No one seems on board with this idea that losing Kim is what set him off. That's what I think it is. Like Kyle mentioned, he has all these pressures on him, like normal people, but. Dude, they have kids together, right? And Kim and her whole family, and like he's just exiled from his social circle now, and that must be brutal.
I'm sure it is. Yeah,
I don't know which, I think it might be a chicken and egg situation there, right? Because like maybe she left him because he's a mentally ill, crazy person, or she probably wouldn't leave him because he was like doing so well.
Yeah.
So I agree, but I think that. Whatever, she left him because he was a 5 out of 10 crazy, and then he just finished the other 5.
For sure, like
you're right. Yeah, it could be that like he's been wanting to go off for a while, and then he was like, "Well, like, buckle up, everyone."
For a long time, she's like, "Honey,
buckle up, buckaroos.
You're being crazy," and he's like, "Oh, am I crazy? All right, thanks, Kim. Thanks for pulling me back down to earth." Now, without that, he's a helium balloon.
I bet this all started with a YouTube rabbit hole. Too like I bet this started with a YouTube rabbit hole and a late night and and here we are. Like I think that for real. He watched some of those YouTube propaganda videos and he got convinced and he didn't go on Quora. He didn't fucking like Google, is this for real? Or anything. Like he didn't make a phone call to like
don't trust Quora. I have so many burner accounts I'm creating. One of my favorite hobbies is misinforming
people.
Check
Wikipedia. Good God, anything.
Quora.
I got my new PC today, finally.
Nice.
I got it hooked up. I got to play like an hour or something to like kind of see what it would do. That game is so demanding. It will run it at 144 hertz and keep it well above 144 99% of the time. But it's not like it's blowing that game out of the water. And like I could play it in 4K in more than 60 frames or something.
Have you tested out any other games just to see how high quality you can get the graphics?
Well, the graphic settings are always there. You can set it with any system to really high. It's just how many frames you'll get out of it.
So, sorry, I'm a retard. Not graphic.
No.
The overall video quality. I imagine like you could take those games, you have fun, and then you plug it in again, and you're like, look at this. Now it's as smooth as silk instead of like not. Seeing,
I can turn
any flashes.
Yeah, I can turn all the settings up to ultra and get lots of frames now. But I haven't tried any other games other than Darktide, which looked amazing. Now that I could turn on all of the like fleshy jibs and stuff when I've been playing with nothing turned on in like a blank room, and now when you like hit a bad guy in the face, like part of his face comes off and now you can see like his skull behind it, and he just it's pretty cool. You like hit him in the top of the head and his like skull kind of crushes in a little bit. It's lots of neat stuff like that I didn't have access to before, I guess.
Are the dark corners of every map even darker?
Well, I've got like the darkness doesn't bother me. I've got like a really nice.
Do the grays pop?
Like, wait, is that a thing?
Yeah, I got a good HDR monitor. We're powering through it. I
travel the world of 40K from the spectrum of gray to charcoal.
I like it. I like it all dark and evil and terrible.
I think a jungle map would be cool. I know you said that wasn't possible, but there's a million planets, a billion planets. A jungle map could have been possible. Anything's possible in the 40K universe. I watched some of that Luton guy's videos. And like, honestly, I probably spent 2 hours watching like the different jobs ones. Enthralled, really enthralled with it. Like I was on Amazon just like 2 nights ago looking for like a physical book to read about the 40K universe. But it's like the same problem of any big fantasy world where it's like, there's not a canon to start with. There's like a million people contributing to this. And so like what is canon in the game might not be the same thing in these books. And so I looked around, like I stopped looking, but I'm still going to get back into it. I want to find one that's like, if they have like 1,000-page like tome of it, I will read that because it's so interesting.
So I think what you might want is like, I'm gonna get the name wrong, but there are books that are called like the Imperial Guardsman's Compendium or something like that. And it's not a narrative tale. It's more like the Silmarillion, in that it's like guardsmen there'll be like a list of prayers, and then there'll be like lists of like how their guns work and like how their ammunition works, and it's like a guardsman's actual manual to some extent. But I like the audio books, and I just sort of pick and choose around. And you're right about the lore, and there being no canon, because it would be great to just, all right, look, the Marvel universe, let's start with Iron Man and work all the way through Infinity War. And you can't really do that here because the lore, like the greater story that stretches those 40,000 years, I only know like the bits and pieces from like, because it's pulled from so many sources and then condensed by somebody like Luton into those YouTube videos, because I'm not going to read 100 books. How it's like this, how in the Bible, like each of the books, it's the different apostles have like a different spin on what went down. Like one of them will focus a lot more on how Christ, like, I don't know, blessed the guy, but one of them is a lot more focused on why he was blessing the guy than the how. It's a little bit like that. So you're pulling from different sources about the same events, and so even the existence of the emperor and his background and where he came from is it's not nailed down. That I have what I believe based on all the sources I've looked into.
It makes the world cooler. Like I like that about the world.
I like the lore too.
Yeah.
It's the nerdiest thing I like. And
it is so deep. If I wasn't into like 3 other things, this would be the nerdiest thing.
Henry Cavill is super into this shit.
He's the figurine kind of guy though, not even the video games, right?
All of it. He's on fucking Reddit. Like you can see him. They're like, we know you're here, Henry. Keep fighting for us. And I've seen him questioned in interviews about like, oh, which 40K army do you think is the best? And he's like, with his British accent that always takes me off guard. Like, oh, well, there's this and that and that and the other. And he's like, he knows so much about it. It's shocking because it's so nerdy. Oh, yeah. It's the height of nerdiness. It really, like, it would be like him, like, breaking down like Pokemon types and like high end, like oh, see, at the higher levels, that's just not going to cut it. You're vulnerable to plant types.
Yeah. I mean, like, it is jarring to see someone who looks like he does be into something like that. You know what I mean? Like, it just it's almost odd because he's a superstar.
He's the people's fucking
That's got to be awesome to be like into something that much as a millionaire actor and just telling your agent, like, I want to be a space marine. And they're like, well, you can play this. There's a Lonely Dog's owner who escaped Space Marine. Like, and just like insist on your projects. And then it's like, what am I going to do with my free time? Oh, I'm going to get into this hobby that I can afford anything of. I'm going to have 1 billion figurines and paint all of them. The only thing I know about the figurine games, I've never played one, but I did watch like a 40-minute video of this guy, and he had like a giant table in his basement, and it looks like a bunker. It had every wall from feet to head is just like, oh, do you need wood elves? Oh, but you need wood elves who are wearing this kind of armor to indicate that they are from this specific planet. Well, okay, well, actually, 2 rows down from that, not the standard wood elves. Get the ones that the darker elves, because they're actually from Boogie Boogie planet, and then not the Mia Mia planet.
Is no one going to call out Taylor and acting like he doesn't?
You're muted.
With your bad mic.
We lost
skills.
you. We lost you. He's back. I hope.
Change my mic.
Yeah.
Taylor, you have figurine money. I know you do.
I just don't want to get into it.
No, please don't get into it. Like that's where I draw the line on the nerdiness.
Troll, that would be the dream, but if only I were Henry Cavill, bro.
But see, but like I'm saying, if this is your brand of nerd, that's a dream. Like me, I like Magic the Gathering, so that would be my thing. If I was a multimillionaire, I'd be buying fucking 4 of every card. I'd go there with a posse and flex on all the middle schoolers at every Friday Night Magic. Play them, and if I lose, it's because I'm a generous guy just trying to help. I'm trying to get people into the habit.
There are like rich guys who play poker like that. You know, they play at the highest levels of poker, and they're clearly not the best guy at the table, but they're such a wild card that that they're kind of bonkers to deal with. They'll make really wild decisions that aren't based on anything.
Poker players hate that. I don't understand why.
The ones at these tables love that. They're there. Okay. Well, all right. So if you're playing like a long game, then that variance is going to even out. It doesn't matter if you lose $2 million tonight to that millionaire. Play him every week, and we're going to take him, right? Just because you're better at the game, and it's going to average out in your favor.
Okay.
But like people who don't like people that play like that are playing Thursday night poker with their buddies, and like, dude, why are you like ruining the game for everyone with your like silly play? Like, if you don't value the chips in front of you enough to not throw them around willy nilly, then we need to raise the stakes. That's always the answer to that. Like, if someone is playing like that, I got to raise the stakes. You're ruining our friendly game. All right, then it's $100 a chip. Do you still want to throw them in there? Because like, probably not. This is going to be the answer for most people.
That's
it's
and I can
hard
see
to
how that's
kids.
a solution when people have similar levels of income, right? Like, you know, what you might like. You have friends that can't raise the stakes to make you nervous, right? You're just in a different income bracket.
I mean, you know, like what they'll often do is they won't say, "Hey, let's play a few hands." $100 and $200 blinds. They'll say, "Here's the deal. We're going to play 5,000 hands of 5,100, and we had the option to buy back here, there, and there for these amounts." And they'll lay out a rule set, and you'll like basically sign a bout agreement, and you can no more walk away with your money than a fighter can go in the first round, get a few good punches in, and then got him. I'm out.
Like, I'm ahead on the scorecards. Off I go.
It's time for round 2, and this guy's a wrestler. Let's go.
Wait, what is that called when you're locked in? You can't leave.
Well, I'm just saying, like if you're going to challenge another person to like heads up or something, or that's how it would work.
How common is that? Because that's always what I wondered with gambling. I thought like you could stand up anytime, But
with gambling, it is. But if you're like Doug Polk, for example, when he had that challenge against Daniel Negreanu, they had a similar rule set to what I laid out. I don't remember the exact, but they were going to play like 100,000 hands, and 5,000 were going to be live, and 95,000 were going to be in person. And so that way it controls the variance. And the idea is that the better player is going to come out on top because we play enough hands to let the cream rise, essentially.
Okay. Fair enough.
But it's not like you go into a casino.
000.
It's not like you're ever going to go into a casino and they're going to be like, sign the agreement, now sit.
Yeah.
Like cock the gun behind you. Like no, you win, you stand up, you leave. It's a casino. You're playing against the house. And
welcome to the Kanye West casino. Yeah, gambling is one of those things I'm so glad I don't like. I'm not that interested in it. Will talk to my friends about like betting on sports, and I'm around them because a lot of them really enjoy like sports betting. And I'll be like, man, it seems like they're having a great time like betting on sports. And I'll be like, maybe I'll download it. And then it's like, I don't actually want to. Like, I have no confidence in my picks. But Kyle has dominated me the last like 5 years on NHL playoff picks just by picking the opposite of me. Kyle would be up bigly if he would have bet on everything I've told him not to over the last 3 years with the NHL playoffs, and it wouldn't even be close. So like, I just, there's no way.
Yeah, I would have won a lot of like office pools with that on that 1 year when I like picked against you because you picked the 1 seeds or whatever. They all lost. Like 80% of them went the other way. It's crazy.
Yeah. Hockey's known for that. It's definitely a skilled game, but like there's just a lot of luck in hockey. A lot of Taylor calls it puck luck, but so many of the goals come off deflections or ricochets, and it just leads to the second best team winning sometimes.
One of the like players on the Tampa Bay Lightning is called Pat Maroon, and he's a heavy guy, a big guy, and like his nickname used to be Fat Maroon because like. He would like his own tagline. Like he'd get called out by media, like you're kind of fat, man, and he'd be like, "I'm chubby but effective," and like because his job, his he's like 6'4", big guy, and he would just move people around, stand in front of the net, cause problems, and like I didn't listen to the clip, but like some announcers getting in trouble apparently because like. He just kept going on and on about how fat Pat Maroon was during the game. Like, look at him there, not catching up. And like Pat Maroon like made a post like, honestly, like you listen to it, I'm not even on the ice. And so he like started some like, you can call me fat or whatever. I'm not that sensitive, but let's do a little charity. Like everybody's paying attention to me, like anti-bullying charity. And I thought that was really, really neat of him. Like, obviously it's not going to hurt his feelings. He won the Stanley Cup 3 years in a row. How many players can say that? But
Jesus,
yeah, Big Rig Maroon. He won with the St. Louis Blues. He's from St. Louis, hometown hero.
Three in a row.
Only one with the Blues, and then he went to a better team.
Yeah, but he knows how to pick his teams. Like if you could just do that every year, you could be the greatest of all time, right?
Yeah, he would have won 4 in a row if Colorado would have lost.
You got to have that Nancy Pelosi luck. You have to do that.
Yep, the genetic lottery of big tits. Wait, what are we talking about?
her ability to really score good on a pick'em.
Yeah,
her stock luck. Her Hillary Clinton, I guess.
Hillary Clinton was the luckiest one I can recall. I don't know Pelosi's picks, but
Clinton are any of them losers?
I can't think of one. It wouldn't make.
I think Pelosi had been called out for having those similar to Hillary numbers, and then like very recently there was a big loss, and it was like the first one ever. I could be wrong, but I'm almost positive I read that.
Hillary got like a 10 banger. Like she bet on cattle futures, and Hillary Clinton, renowned cattle expert.
Yeah.
She put 10 grand in and then like bet that they'd go up and then bet again they'd go down and then bet again they'd go up, and she just timing what's happening.
Yeah.
It's like, Hillary, why are you so good at cows?
Yeah. It's like, that's what I do. That's how I turned $150,000 a year into billions.
It'd be easy to figure out how she knew though, right? Like figure out what's causing the particular swings that she takes advantage of. Was it something about the price of food, a cattle feed, Was it fuel? You know, it's one of those factors that there's only so many that
Yeah. I mean, it's probably a factor that was impacted by legislation they were poised to pass, like before people knew about it, right? So they would like get a jump on things.
We're all guessing.
Yeah, you know, you would imagine something like that. And
yeah,
she knows something about the cattle futures.
My guess was that she knew someone who had inside information and just followed that advice.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. I doubt she's doing any like.
Not that she was like, I'm about to do shit to fuel, and then fuel's going to make this happen.
Oh
whatever.
no. I wasn't even suggesting that. I was saying that like whoever is telling her, they're like, yeah, well, we're about to do that thing with Iran, and that's going to affect the price of fuel, which will do this. And at the same time, you know, that thing with the corn subsidies, not going to go through. Like they know that stuff that it's going to happen, maybe even at a state and federal level, and they're able to take advantage of it.
While we're talking politics, and I'm happy as could be, Trump announced he was running for president. And then, at least in my universe, and by the way, that includes a lot of Fox News, it's a dead story. No one's talking about Trump.
I agree.
Kanye is the bigger story right now. Like, way bigger.
I agree. I think Trump needs to get out there and do some stuff. I need to see him, you know, at some rallies, like coming up with some fucking bangers. It needs to get
better insults. 100%.
He needs some stuff that gets replayed. Like I don't want to hear like, oh, and the economy will be better, and look, the term limit stuff. I don't know who whispered that in his ear, but that's smart.
He should go back and forth with Kanye. Just call him Crazy Kanye. Go for that, and just start beating that drum to disassociate himself from Kanye.
Yeah,
he'd call him like Kooky Kanye.
Ooh, better. Better.
Yeah, because then you get 3 Ks.
Cookie Kanye. Or as they call him around here.
Kanye. We call him the KKK, don't we, folks? That's what we call him. That's what we call him. Great music, though.
Kanye being a white supremacist is my favorite so far.
He comes out to like a Kanye song, and he's like, "Say what you will about him. This is a banger." Like, he's doing his Trump dance where he just kind of moves his hands back and forth. Have you seen the compilations of the Trump dance?
It's
I know the Trump dance.
The little weeble wobble thing. If he did that with any less confidence, it would be mockable.
Yeah.
But he's out there just vibing like an old man.
Everybody loves him. I've seen a compilation of him like hugging and kind of get like sexual assaulting the United States flag. And I'm like, you know, this kind of works actually.
I've seen him president. I've seen him kiss the American flag multiple times.
Kiss and tell the flag that he loves this country.
Just terrible.
Look at him fending off those invisible demons.
What was the new, like, he changed MAGA, like Make America Great Again or something. Like it was like MAGA or MAGA gal. Did you guys not see that? It didn't last long. It was stupid.
No, it'd still be MAGA.
No, there's 2 more letters.
At the end, right? Oh.
It was MAGA, and then like it ended with I think it had an RA or something. Shit, or another GA. Make America Great and Glorious Again. That's what it was. Make America Great and Glorious Again. And it was
that's
MAGA. I don't think
Make America marginally better than it is currently.
I can't wait to see
Kyle,
the debate.
Don't we have $100 bet? I forget the nature of is it 10? Have I made it?
Oh, no. I'm not reacting to.
I don't know.
So I don't know the amount and I don't know the terms. But we're far from it. I think that I picked Trump against the field probably to be the president, but I don't know if our bet was just to win the nomination, you know, for the party.
Yeah,
but I'm sure it's written down somewhere or recorded.
Zach says 2 bets: nomination and then Double or Nothing. The nomination and the presidency. Okay, I'm feeling good about both of those. I don't think Trump's going to make any noise in this, but we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, it's a while. I think he'll probably. Who's more popular, DeSantis or Trump?
Trump, I think.
Is Trump still? Because I saw the polls from like quite a while ago, and it was like DeSantis was catching up for a while. And then he fell off big, and Trump was bigger, but that could have changed.
It also depends on where. Like DeSantis is more popular in Florida, and he's more.
We lost you again, Woody. Yeah, you're something with your mic. He's more popular in.
Yeah, well, Florida, DeSantis won his election, and it was a landslide where everyone voted down the ticket on his side, and so that looks great for DeSantis. and in Florida, but not in a national race per se, because Trump wins Florida easy. He lives there. It's his state.
DeSantis wins Florida easy. He's way more.
But if they run against each other, I think Trump wins it.
Oh, I don't think so. I think DeSantis mops the floor with Trump in Florida.
But I don't think it matters because what I meant to say was I think he wins Florida anyway. So like if you're the Republican Party, and you're like, who's our better bet? Then they're like, oh well, DeSantis certainly brings Florida home. It's like, yeah, Trump's got Florida wrapped up too. Who's getting Ohio?
Yeah, Trump's a red. I'm sorry, not Trump. Florida's a red state. We're not worried about who takes Alabama, who takes Florida. Like,
talk to me about the Southwest. Talk to me about Georgia. You know, talk about North Carolina and Ohio and some of those Rust Belt states. Can we get Michigan again?
For the nomination, though, Florida will matter. I think it really did last time. If I recall correctly, this is 2 times ago actually. Florida was meant to help either Jeb or Rubio. Like that was the deal. Florida was positioned in such a way that like they were supposed to lock in their nomination then. No one thought Trump was going to win Florida, and then he did. But this time around, I think DeSantis beats him in Florida if Florida's crucial like that. And I think DeSantis beats him in Iowa, but it's so early. Who knows?
Yeah.
I bet Trump's I think Kyle's right with like Trump's definitely more popular than DeSantis in like Ohio. Like among Republicans there, I would imagine for sure, right?
Yeah, he beats him in a national race, I think.
Yeah,
he just has more support. Is it years from now? Really?
Years.
It's year from now.
I'm looking forward to it. What I really want to see is Joe Biden on a stage. Like I like to see him, do his thing as best he can, and
see him go out there and give
he'll get memed again. Effort. He'll get memed so hard next time. He's like, if you really want to make something happen, first thing, well, there's probably like 2 things. What was I going to say?
There's multiple things. There's multiple things. We gotta
and he'll do one of those, and it'll mean and it'll really hurt his chances.
Boom, boom.
He's going. He's made a boom boom.
Boom boom. His wife comes at this. She's like, "That's right, boom boom. We're gonna knock them right out."
And the people in the basement of the White House, they don't have any snacks. There's no snacks down there.
No stinky. She's like, yeah, Donald Trump's a real stinker. It's just her holding it together this whole time. Yeah. They've been injecting him with amphetamines and pushing him out on stage, and that's the best you get. I saw a short yesterday, and this Asian guy, he was like, "Grandpa, do your Joe Biden impression." And Grandpa was very old Asian man. He just goes, just like starts looking confused, and everybody's dying laughing. That's a pretty good Joe Biden impression. The ones where he's like looking for somebody's hands to shake, seemingly that's not there, or just like doesn't know where to go. Look, when you're on a stage,
he's
like
an old man.
You get turned around. You're not familiar with that stage. I get that, but like time and time again, they tell you before you go up there, sir. Okay, sir, you'll do this. It says it on his paper. Like they're babying you so much at that higher level. Mm-hmm. At the bottom of the paper, it says, say God bless America. Shake the guy to your left's hands. His name's Tom. He's got 2 kids, Jackie and Jill, and fucking like walk behind him. He'll lead you to me. I'm wearing red.
Name your kids Jack and Jill is child abuse.
Is it?
With that, I think so. They're going to get so many
name.
They're going to get some pail of water jokes. I'm pretty sure.
If I would name my boys Hans and Franz, like the skit from SNL. And no
one's gonna get it.
Yeah, but
in the 80s this killed.
It's a lifelong joke for me. that's like I'll say.
And I'd make them like put on that performance for me. I'm Hans and I'm Franz and we're here to pump you up, like the whole thing.
As I picture this, Kyle, there's 2 children chained to a basement radiator, and you're standing there, wearing the muscle suit.
To make them wear the muscle suit.
Is that real? I wonder.
After I
this isn't real. You do not sniff Caitlin Collins' hair.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't read carefully enough. It at the very bottom it tells him what his wife's name is. He knows his wife's name.
He knows his wife's name for now.
I used to. I know I love her very much. Man, that's so sad.
So my GPU came today, but either it didn't solve the problem or I've got some more fixing to do. I don't know. I gave it a good go. It's installed.
What problem were you having?
The heavy boy, eh?
Yeah. So the symptoms were over time my computer was crashing. Okay. And then it couldn't render things in game well. Like I was getting weird graphical glitches covering the screen, which it's a beta, so I didn't know. And then I had like frame rate drops and the game kept crashing. I was like, all right, but it's a beta. I don't know. And then it wouldn't boot anymore. And I'm like, every one of these things is checking the box for a bad GPU. I'll get a new one. And I think
could it be current RAM? I don't know any. There's only so many things in that box.
Yeah, maybe
is there enough
RAM?
Electricity?
It could be the PSU. I mean, it's not unheard of. Not in this instance, like though.
Yeah, but
this is something that
the screen's blinking at me and stuff. Like I
monitor.
Well, I have 3 monitors and they're all fucky. So
they're all blinking.
That's weird. But in different ways. Like the middle one blinks Windows, the 2 side ones blink like solid green, solid red, solid white, and they fuck with you in your peripheral when you're trying to solve the problem. It's like as if debugging PC that won't boot isn't like unhappy enough. Yeah. I have like green and yellow and red just flashing at me and I'm like this.
You're getting clockworked oranged by your own computer.
It makes me so unhappy to sort this problem out. I worked on it for hours today and hours
man. So I can't imagine. I wish I knew shit about fuck when it comes to these things, but I have no advice at all. I got my PC today. It was supposed to get here yesterday, and I was so mad at iBuyPower because I paid for that very expensive overnight shipping. It was supposed to be here yesterday, and it turned out that like they have the only form on their website where you can put your address in incorrectly, and it'll just autofill. Like I do that autofill thing.
You were real excited.
Yeah, so I didn't put my fucking street number in. It just accepted like Smith Road and like no address. and they shipped a $4,000 PC to Smith Road. And look, I get maybe I should have put in fucking 157 Smith Road, but God, nobody caught that. It was I certainly didn't. One of us has to be on the ball here, and it ain't gonna be me.
So you put in the correct street name. Smith Road is just a hypothetical, but not the number.
So then FedEx calls me.
Part of the address.
FedEx calls me this morning, like first thing, and leaves a voicemail because my phone's silent, of course. And it basically says, "Hey, got your package here. We want to get it out to you. We just need your address." And so I call them back, and I'm like, "Oh, great. Here's my address." And they're like, "We can't change that. The shipper has to change that because it's And I'm like, "Oh, well." But I'm right here. I've got all the fucking information imaginable. I know what it says on the side of that box too, like everything. Not good enough. And I'm like, fuck. So now I'm on the phone with iBuyPower. They won't change it. They can't. It's a change order to add my house number to it. And they're like, all we can do is cancel the order. And I'm like, you know what? Yeah, cancel it. Like, wait, are you sure? I'm like, yep. Y'all don't want to do business? I don't either. Let's cancel it. As long as I get a full refund, I'm done. And they're like, okay. And so they cancel it. Then my phone rings the second after they hang up. Hey, it's FedEx. Did you call us? I'm like, yeah. Kind of a sad story. I told him, I was like, I was supposed to get it today. I really wanted to, but I guess it's not going to happen. And he's like, nah. What's your address? I'll bring it over. And I'm like, 157 Smith Street. I'm like, I'm on the way. And I'm like, did I call iBuyPower and let them know they shouldn't give me my money back? Or no. So I called them back and let them know that it's on the way to my house, just so you know. So you're gonna want to like not cancel that order. And they're like, yes, this is acceptable to us. And so that's kind of how it went down. So I don't like iBuyPower because they're like clearly too big of a company to like care about your order at all, like enough to bend a rule or put an address in for you, which is
I like what just happened there. Kyle's like, should I call iBuyPower and tell them that they should still bill me. And Taylor's like, no, spoken like a man with no felonies yet.
Yep. Yep. Oh, you want a little wire fraud, do you? Big boy. You know where they send
like
you?
A crime.
You know where they send you up for a $4,500 wire fraud, Taylor?
That's probably not worth it.
To a medium security federal prison. You can be fighting over tater chips. Yeah, so I let them know. So, but no, I got a white PC this time. The last one was called Black Beauty, and so this is a really powerful PC. So I figured I would name this one the White PC, and so that's what I named it. And so it's right next to the black one, and they're getting along well so far, no issues. Good. But this one is clearly like flexing on the old one. It's just better in every way. And
of course, that's the way electronics go. You always look at the old one and you're like, how was I ever with you?
I'm not even I'm not even using it right now. I just sort of like have them set up over there, and I'm using the old one, and I can just like switch over like by pulling the cord. I'm just gonna play games on there. I don't want anything else on that thing. I think it's really fun to finally be able to max that game out. I'm looking forward, like you said, to trying out some other games and seeing what it'll do.
What are other good ones? Like what's a good game to like push to the limit with it?
Oh, I don't know about that, but Tarkov is very demanding, CPU wise especially, and I'm sure GPU wise as well. But it's often, I was personally bottlenecked by my CPU last I played it, and this is a much better CPU. It's 3 or 4 generations ahead. It was so funny. My last one, when you start up Darktide, it's like, how many threads do you want to utilize, which is how many cores from your CPU, and it's like we recommend 8. And I'm like, yeah, okay, 8 sounds like a lot. And then I like logged in with this thing, and they're like, we're thinking 28, maybe 30. And I'm like, I didn't know I had so many cores. Amazing. So it's a lot more fun to be able.
I'm glad you're liking it, man.
Yeah. It's an expensive toy for more frames per second, but I guess I'm gonna.
Yeah, but now Civ. Civ's gonna look real good.
Age of Empires.
Yeah, Age of Empires.
You play that baby at 900 frames per second.
Thousands of frames per second.
Anything that's got lots. Oh, and I wanted to talk about fucking Darktide quickly, like because the full game released, and it's a real disappointment. It's a real disappointment. The beta was about. Oh, I love the game, but it's not and I love playing the game. But it's an early access game that's been sold. They prioritized an in-game store over keeping their promises to have 70 weapons on release, and along with the classes, there's bugs that ruin certain perks and classes and traits and such that haven't been tended to. The optimization is awful. It crashes a ton for a lot of people. Obviously, I've fixed those issues with a very expensive PC, but not everybody can do that. And worst of all, this is the scummiest thing. Like they are, maybe it's changed since this afternoon, but they promised it was going to be a day one release on the what's the thing Xbox has where you get the game pass, the game pass or whatever. Okay. But it's not on there, and that's what they're referring to as crossplay. By the way, if you bought the thing on the Game Pass on PC. Because this game is not on Xbox, and if they ever get to run on the Xbox, I'll be surprised. There's so many Xbox guys on their subreddit being like, hey, I can't find it on the Game Pass. Where's it at, guys? Do you have to like go through a folder? And they're like, oh, you poor little man. Were you thinking today was the day that you would be able to play the game with us? No. No, they think
shitty.
They say someday, soon, you'll be able to play with us. And
isn't the Xbox like the most like this new Xbox, like the most powerful console ever by a lot?
Yeah,
and it can't handle it.
Well, I don't know if it can't handle it or if they just haven't gotten around to getting that all sorted. But they promised that it would be like right after the PC versions. That's another like lie if it's not on there. But it not being on the pass for PC users is nonsense. And they said that. For some reason, if you bought the game on Game Pass, utilizing that being able to get it for free, that's cross-platform play, they're saying, to play with Steam PC players, even though you're both on PC. And that doesn't work, they're saying. I've read that doesn't work, that the PC players, the Steam players can't play with, or the PC players on Steam can't play with the ones who bought it on Game Pass, which is a huge fuck up as well, if that's true. And it's the whole thing's a bit disappointing. that
You think
I don't
they should have pushed it back more because it's still clearly not done?
The worst part, I think, is that they've got that that monetization's just right in there, right off the bat, working perfectly. Like it's like, oh, you can go right over here right away, and you can like spend your real money and buy coins. And of course, the coins aren't spent in round numbers, so you always have to buy more because you've got leftover coins. Bullshit. Meanwhile, they don't have the full features in the game, like the crafting. You can't craft weapons still. They don't have their weapon crafting in. There's still no leaderboard. Like it's real annoying.
I bought the expensive version of the game, which was only $60, I think, but it came with 3,000 coins. So I'm like, oh, I'm gonna come into this game rich. 3,000 coins is fuck all coins. That's like I suck, and I can earn that many coins in 40 minutes, maybe. Go ahead, Kyle. Am I wrong? Do I have this off?
So there's like 4 kinds of currency in the game. So you could be off or on at the same time, but I didn't pay too much attention to it. I had a lot of like the coin you get from missions that you use to buy weapons in that store. I had a lot of that coin. So while they did give me a boost of it that seemed significant, I didn't really notice how much. I think the coins that you might get are the coins you spend in that cosmetic store that are like comparable to real money, that you have to buy them with real money. I think that's what
there's
those
2
coins
types
are for.
of coins.
That's like $20. I think it's like a $10 or $20 value of that if it's 3,000 coins in that store.
Maybe
15 maybe.
Yeah,
but you can go in there and you can buy like some really cool gear. The stuff that you earn to wear by doing hard things in the game pales in comparison to what $15 will get you.
Yeah.
I've got I've got a golden skull mask, and fucking like my character's got huge shoulder pads with scrolls rolling off of her everywhere. Cool. Yeah, it's awesome. So no, I love
for the
game.
low price of $15.
Yeah, I love the game, and it's like I've been psyched about it forever, and it's like, oh, it doesn't run well. Well, we'll need a new PC. But not like
Kyle's about $4,100 for this game so far.
Yeah,
and there's no leaderboard, and some of the maps don't work apparently.
Like they added 3 maps. The difference here's the thing: the difference between the beta, like the early access beta, and the full release is 3 maps, and I don't remember what else.
That's not a good sign.
No.
And all those seemingly little things they could have fixed aren't fixed. Really disappointing.
Yeah.
Very disappointing. After being delayed like almost a year to just not fucking get it together in time for release.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if you blame the developers or it's really frustrating when they've got like their mouthpiece who's like their representative who's just outright lying for them. Mm-hmm. His job must suck. Because they're hitting him with like screenshots. They're like, dude, you said this, and now it's that. Is
he getting like 402'd?
Yeah, for sure.
I never 402. Was that a 420 reference?
No, he was the original community manager, wasn't he? For Call of Duty.
Yeah, but how do you think he chose his name?
Significance of 402 is? I always assumed
I thought it was an area code,
like an LA area code or something like that. That maybe meant something to other people, but not to me.
Yeah, he basically got roasted. I am like the Call of Duty community managers would be able to weather the Vermintide storm like it was, a drizzle.
Mm-hmm. I
would imagine, just based on how big the games were. Those guys got harassed so bad, the Call of Duty guys. And they never, what I remember with like JD 2020 and 402 is they would like not do the thing that like some community managers do now, which is like, sorry, everyone, this is the situation. We apologize for the delay. And that's all we can say for now. Back then, they'd be like responding to individuals like, I know you're upset. I'm sorry about this. And they're like, so you do admit there's a problem. Like doing that kind of shit.
Yeah.
It's like, oh
then what are you apologizing for?
Yeah, if you didn't do anything wrong, don't apologize.
We got him, boys.
We thought we made him think apologizing was a good faith measure. No, it was an admission of guilt. now he knows we hate him.
Yeah, so very disappointing. So all of that stuff I said is very disappointing. I'm sure in time some of it will be addressed, but I would hold off on buying it if you don't have like a cutting edge PC or you care about any of that stuff I mentioned that's just not in the game. It's still an early access game, and I'm okay with that, but I doubt you shouldn't be.
Yeah. Needing a cutting edge PC to even play it marginally is bullshit. That's ridiculous.
I don't know why it's so far behind schedule, because they delayed it by a year.
Mm-hmm.
I've been on software projects, and I swear half of it gets written in the last month. And I think that's what happened. They're like, oh, it's not fucking done. All right, you have 12 more months. I'm here in 11 months vacation.
Yeah.
And another month to get it done.
Oh, let me give them credit for one thing, though. Everyone, a big complaint from the beta players early on, the earliest versions of the beta, was that the weapons didn't have like very detailed statistics for them. They just had this generic number assigned to them along with their rarity. They just had a number that's 250, 327. Nobody knew what that fucking meant, and they were like, well, that number is being divvied up into those yellow bars. Those yellow bars need numbers on them, and I need to know exactly what each one of those bars represent. And they're like, why? It's like, dude, do you like the mod that I used to play on Vermintide showed me such nitty gritty stuff down to decimal points, repeating. And so like they did that. So now when you inspect a weapon, it breaks down like how much damage it does to every enemy in the game on the various difficulties, all of its weapon combos, what it's good at, how those numbers are being integrated into various traits of that weapon, and then explaining what those traits are. Imagine that. They did all of that in the last month or two. But I can see little things where like there's an ability in the game where it's like, hey, would you like a second charge of your power? It's like, yeah, I would. It's clear that initially it was 3 charges because the visual for the little, whatever you call it, has 3 little dots instead of 2. And like they just haven't gone back to fix that because either they don't know or they're working so hard that they haven't gotten to it. I don't fucking know. It's frustrating though.
Probably the people that can fix the code and the people that can fix the artwork are different people.
I would think so. So like, what's the artwork guy doing today?
Yeah.
Right now. I mean, he's in Oslo right now asleep, but like when he wakes up in a few hours, what's he gonna fucking do?
Not add a scorecard, not add a
make a map,
not make a map. Certainly no jungle maps, apparently.
Any pussy who like gets bit butthurt over a goddamn scoreboard and doesn't see that as motivation to improve yourself shouldn't be playing a goddamn video game. Like you need a fantasy world. Yeah. Like the fantasy world that the rest of us normies go to was too fucking hard for you. So you need a fantasy inside of that fantasy world where like the made up numbers don't even matter.
Every time you get a kill, there's like a VO that's like, wow. Like, oh, nice. Great. You're the best.
This game is appealing to me. I want compliments with every kill.
Call of affirmations over here.
Call of affirmations.
And the game is too hard. I want it to be sort of a field where I just take down flowers.
Yeah. I want the game to be brutally difficult if I want it to be, and I want it to make me feel bad because I am bad. And then I want
with
to
every
try
kill,
hard
I
and
should
improve.
get compliments and rainbows sprouting from the dead flower.
Cocksuckers.
People won't like that though. People want brutality. They want to see how many specials they killed. We don't have to talk about the scorecard yet because we've all gone off on the scorecard
for so many times.
It's not just this game, and it's not just score. It's like all games. They did. I think Battlefield 2042 did something similar where they like did something funky to the scoreboard to appease the people who play a 45-minute game of Battlefield and don't actually get anything done.
How do you play a whole game? I mean, that's how I would play Battlefield. Like I played once at a friend's house, like whatever one came out in like 2006, and it was just first thing I noticed is the dude breathes like I would breathe when I was running. This guy must have skipped cardio and then like futzed his way through boot camp because the guy used to go and you could hear the clunk, and I remember the movement of the guy running, and all I did was just like run up to a building and get blown up by an IED and then teleport 300 yards away and then huff and puff to my next death. That game sucks. Never got into Battlefield.
It's awful. Better if you play.
It's not
friends.
because I was bad.
No, there must be another explanation.
It's because I'm too good for it, and
that's exactly.
Yeah,
so many games I've been too.
It's
good
because
for.
my talents are better utilized elsewhere. That's why.
What is
Liver
Andy?
King? Liver King has been busted.
Oh, yeah. Good call.
So if people don't know who the Liver King is, he is one of the most influential influencers, I would say. Like when I think of fitness influencers, there's not many bigger than the Liver King.
Yeah.
And he purports to live this lifestyle where he like eats only meat and he sells his supplements and basically says, if you work out, buy my shit, you can look like me. This is possible. I'm all natural. And if anybody looking at this guy with half a brain cell knows he's not natural, knows that he's on performance enhancing drugs, but he maintains that he's not. And of course, everyone takes this, what about the children? Like, of course, I'm not stupid enough to believe it, but kids are. Kids will buy your supplements. I've been hearing that a lot. This is this guy. One, those are ab implants.
That's what his liver looks like now.
Are you sure they're ab implants?
The internet said they are. Like okay. Derek says they're ab implants, if I recall.
That's enough for me.
Yeah.
Derek says that I trust.
Dude, so right there, he looks like he might be flexing and in his best shape, right? I have seen this guy's abs not flexing. I have seen his abs in my own personal, like, disastrous position, which is, say, like, on the toilet leaning forward. You know, like he's in that posture.
Yeah.
Still awesome abs. On like in that sort of leaning forward, hunched forward thing, his abs look great, and it's like those are implants. That's what they are.
What kind of liver is that? Like a fucking like?
It's gotta be like
buffalo?
A beef liver.
Dinosaur?
No, there's no way a cow's liver's that big. That's like a buffalo.
It's huge. Anyway, apparently he spends $12,000 a month on performance enhancing drugs.
All right,
Jesus
so that
Christ.
number is probably wrong. Like.
Are you telling me the internet is wrong?
Yeah,
the internet.
I think that I don't know quite enough to 100% debunk that, but I would love to hear Derek's take on. Well, I mean, yeah, $12,000 if you were a dummy. And
by the way, Derek's the one that exposed him. Somehow Derek got his shopping list.
Okay,
I did see that.
That was Derek. Yes. All right. Well, I guess that if he's paying for. I guess it's pharma grade human growth hormone, and I guess that's why I thought that you could buy human growth hormone like in a sketchy place. That's the thing. He's buying it through a doctor. That's what this proof is all about. He's using a doctor. Okay, yeah.
And I don't like. I'm aware that testosterone is inexpensive, but I don't know what all that other shit costs. Like what are the other drugs? Like I know Tren. Everyone knows about Tren, but there's one that starts with an A. He was on a cocktail of shit.
Do you have the screenshot? Because the one I saw had the fronts of the words all cut off. So I had to like put together the things that I'm like aware of and I know of. But I don't know like the nitty gritty costs of individual. I know that human growth hormone is very expensive if you go through the doctor and shockingly inexpensive if you were to like get it somewhere else somehow.
So IGF-1LR CJC with IMAP. Ibutamorin, Omnitrope, Test CYP 6 cc's per week, Deca 6 cc's per week, Winstrol 50 milligrams a day. This seems like a lot.
So the steroids, the ones that I know about, is the testosterone cypionate, the 0.6 cc's a week. I'm going to be bad at doing this math, but is that fucking 1,200 milligrams a week?
I don't know.
So that's like, I'm stoned right now, so forgive me if my math's wrong. Of testosterone.
Those bottom three are steroids.
Yeah, decadurabolin, I would assume, and then Winstrol is like a
and Test.
Winstrol is another steroid.
The top four, I don't really know what they are.
It's an oral that he's taking a lot of. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that mentions in his email here 16 vials a month. So that is going to be roughly 69.6 international units of recombinant human growth hormone per week, which is roughly 10 international units per day, which is like a fucking really, really high, super expensive dosage that, to be honest, I know bodybuilders who compete in the Open Mr. Olympia who use less pharma grade GH than that. That's what how high of a dose that actually is, Derek said.
Yeah. So there's some guys who are like real open about how much HGH they've used or use. And you hear like, oh yeah, like this far during prep time, right before the event, I usually do 1 IU a day, but I step it on up to 2.5. And it's like 3 or 4. Yeah, this guy was doing 5 and he was breaking into 2.5 twice a day. It's wild. He's doing 10 a day over there. I don't know what that other stuff is between the what I call the testosterone and the human growth hormone. I don't know what that stuff is. I don't know. Omnitrope sounds familiar, but I don't know what the fuck that is.
Anyway, yeah. So apparently, I almost feel bad for him. Sure, he's been scamming people that his physique is achievable with just liver and good eating, and a lot of the shit he says are like, he has good philosophies. If you followed his advice, you'd be okay.
Yeah,
your expectations would just be wrong, thinking you could look anything like him.
Yeah.
But I still feel bad for him somehow.
I feel bad for him because I think that he's like, remember that episode of Rick and Morty when it turns out that guy tries to child molest Morty, and instead of exposing him when they like go through his stuff later on to find all the child porn, they let the legend live on because he's dead now and he was a hero to so many people. It's like that.
So you want to let him kind of remain being the... No, I know exactly what you're talking about. That like jelly bean who wanted to rape Morty, and then they're like, we'll keep him as he was. It's better to let the people look up to a hero than to know the villain he became, or whatever the fuck is said. But like,
he's there to stand and be an example. And it doesn't matter if nobody's ever going to look like him because you're not going to be him. Like, but if you strove to be like him, eating liver, you'd look amazing. You'd look really fucking good. You'd be like, you know what? I don't look like the Liver King. Probably a good thing because he's gross. I do look good though, and I'm getting pussy now. Like that's what would actually happen. But instead, but now you've got an excuse. Now you've got an excuse to quit anybody who was on the edge because they go like, see, you can't. It's not even worth trying. You see what it takes to win? It takes $12,000 a month to win. Like fuck that. Get out of here. I'm gonna sit on the couch.
It is. I don't like that. You have to also look, and I didn't know much about the guy. I'm just on his website looking at his.
It doesn't, by the way. It takes like a couple hundred.
I'm looking at his 9 ancestral tenets of sleep, eat, move, shield, connect, cold, sun, fight, bond, and like his whole shtick apparently is like live like the ancient, live like the primordial man, like run around your yard and yell at animals, like do whatever you want to do, like bond with people, connect, what is it? Cold and then sun, not cold and heat, cold and sun. And like, he's instructing people to do all this with the tacit and overt claim that this is what I do. Be natural. Be like a man running around the Serengeti trying to get a fucking zebra. Like, that's who I am. Do this. And it's like a total lie. It's 100, like, and every time, every show he went on, every syllable out of his mouth, every time he was asked, you're natural, this and that, shameless lie. A lie, by the way, that anyone who's ever lifted a weight in their life and is male can look at and go, you are lying. And so he's not hitting people like us who are going to get swallowed into this because we've all lifted weights enough to know this guy's a fucking douche. And so he's really just taking advantage of people who are trying to get into this. And so those are the kind of people who are going to get discouraged by a reveal, like, and be like, oh, the whole thing was trash. So he was eating McDonald's and po' boys and, crab boils all day, in secret. And he could have been doing that as much as he wanted because he'd still look the same.
No, there's nothing that like, if that guy was eating,
he's eating his liver, but it's a fucking lie. It's not like he lied to hundreds of people's faces. Obviously, imagine me like wearing this shirt and you're like, so Taylor, that's so interesting. Like, so you're all about wearing gray shirts. And I'm like, yeah. Like, yeah. And then like the shirt wasn't gray the whole time. Like, you can see it's green. I know it's green. It's a green shirt, but I insist you refer to it as gray, and I maintain that it is gray.
He's definitely working crazy hard though.
Of course, but it's a lie.
Oh, it's total. I mean, unless you want to, not anymore. Now we know that here that's
it's
one way
taking
of
advantage
seeing
of people with a lie.
Well, now that we know the truth, you do know that is attainable without having to eat all that nasty liver and make friends with strangers, folks.
He might have eaten the liver though.
That's one way to look at it.
I'm confused. First of all, what making friends with strangers was part of his thing?
I think he was.
That must be connect. Let's see what connect is. Let's research the ancestral tenets.
He had a whole philosophy.
Oh, no way. Okay.
And I'm guessing that like tenets of it were meant to boost your testosterone. When I hear running, if he wants you to run around and chase animals, I'm thinking that like there's those weird studies where like doing certain things boost your testosterone. Like if you're having more sex, if you're around more like women, if you're around more attractive women, your testosterone will just go up. You do more squats, your testosterone goes up, and you do enough of those things. Maybe if he had a whole list of them and he had these poor assholes jumping through hoops, and meanwhile he's sticking over half a gram in his ass / arm every week.
Yeah. I mean, and here's the kind of tenets we're looking at here. I just clicked connect. I haven't read any of the other ones, but there's whole paragraphs on it. The fifth ancestral tenet is connect. Our early ancestors were in constant contact with the earth, 24/7, 365. The earth has a slightly negative charge, which provides a grounding force for our electrophysiology. With the advent of rubber shoes, cars, houses, and elevated beds, we no longer come into contact with this grounding force. Think about it. When was the last time you had your bare feet planted on the earth for any real duration? The benefits of connecting to the earth include better sleep, improved blood pressure, and anti-inflammatory and protection against EMFs. All you have to do is take your shoes off and put your bare feet directly on the earth, or hug a tree and pin 10 things a day.
Why can't you just get one of those bracelets that you have to wear when you put a PC together? Just fucking ground yourself all the time. I got work to do. I'm not taking my shoes off.
Okay, do you see what I'm saying now? Pinning all of this shit and then telling people to take their shoes off?
Yeah, he's trying to be a what do you call him? Not a guru.
That's what it is.
He's got
me? Take your shoes off, idiot! Come on, how can you not be insulted? What's shield? Let's see what shield is. The fourth ancestral tenet is shield, because we need to avoid dangers just like our early ancestors did. But instead of running from lions, nowadays we run from seed oils, excessive Wi-Fi, EMFs, and man-made poisons. Dangers like these end up
I didn't know
compounding with an additive effect. They disrupt our hormones, metabolism, and ability to get deep sleep. Start by turning your Wi-Fi off at night and stop wearing perfume. The name of the game is progress, not perfection. Perfume out of nowhere at the end of that. Fucking left field. I would love to be the copywriter that's assigned this, where you're just fucking shield. Okay, let's see what else you got. Let's see what other tenets we could learn from this guy who knows what he's talking about.
Would I have lower body?
I'm picking
I hardly ever wear shoes. What am I talking about? Why isn't it working for me?
But you gotta connect with the ground. You gotta be outside barefoot.
I mean, sometimes.
No, all the time.
Fuck. I have burrs in my yard. They're pointy little
Those
seeds.
will toughen you. Oh, wait. Did you mention seeds? Because seed oils, I know he mentioned that. You stay away from those seeds.
I love seeds.
All right, I didn't know he was running a whole fake guru scam thing with some Eastern influences. I thought he was just saying, "Yo, take my pills and eat my liver and you'll be big like me, little man." I thought it was some shit like that, but now this sounds like a whole creepy thing.
Yeah,
it's scammy. That's pretty shit.
I heard he made $100 million this year.
All right, well, he's all good now then.
That is pretty cool to make that much money, but he misled a lot of people, and it is when you saw this break, when you saw Derek break this, was there 1 ounce of surprise? Everyone knew this. Everyone knew this.
I was just happy it was Derek.
The only people who didn't know he was juiced to the gills were people who are new enough to this to be taken advantage of. And so clearly that's the people who were buying into this, because people like Derek, me, you, Woody, none of us would have bought into this because we've touched weights before.
Not only did I know that he was on steroids, I knew those were ab implants. I
didn't.
Abs are one of my they're not one of my best body parts, but they're one of my favorite body parts. If I see someone who has their abs together, I feel like most of their physique is together. I get it, skinny guys can have abs, but mostly that's what blows me away. And his abs are just fake. They're beyond.
I just thought they were perfect. I just thought they were perfect.
They are
because
that. Yeah.
He does. I mean, he's absurd. It's not like he has little bitty arms and a small neck and then he's a huge. It's like he looks like a professional wrestler or something. He's that level. So
he's 5'7".
You would think they were fake if you saw what I saw. So he's being interviewed by one of these guys trying to expose him, and they're like, "Your abs, they're implants, right?" And he goes, "No." They're implants, right? No. relax your abs for me. Show me what your abs look like relaxed. At this point, I'm always tensed. My abs are tensed when I sleep. I sleep doing ab exercises.
Yeah. Do every podcast like there's a tiger in the corner about to pounce at you.
He claimed he does abs in his sleep. That he's just always tensed. And it's like, no, they're surgically implanted.
Yeah. And in all his really videos, funny. Like, unless he's like I saw a photo.
Oh, you know what they should have done
next to do you know who Big Cat is? Like the Barstool Sports, like really popular guy. He's like probably 6'3" or something, and he is 3 heads taller than the Liver King man. And so those videos you see of the Liver King where it's just him there, like being 5'7" and that fucking jacked, you look way bigger than a dude who's 6'2" and that fucking jacked. And so when like he looks like a mountainous man in all the videos he's showing people, which is like, I mean, again, not super realistic, but
oh man, he okay.
So the guy next to him, the
guy next to him is like 6'2", something like that.
The tall one.
Yeah, and Liver King, I think he's not wearing. I think he put on some big shoes. I think he didn't ground himself here.
That censorship that covers their like it. This is gay.
What a funny way to like make fun of the Liver King. I would have pulled shirtless with accents.
I would have gone into this knowing how big that lower third was going to be, and I'd have pulled my pants up even higher. It would be fucking hilarious if your pants was up right under his nipples, just right there.
No, I'd have gone the other way. I'd have pulled them up,
taking them off. Like, so you could see skin underneath. Liver King is what the fuck is a Liver King wearing? He's like wearing bicycle shorts. I can see like his thigh.
And he doesn't wear a lot of clothes. There. And you know what? His body is popping. He looks great.
He does look great.
He looks tremendous in every room he's in.
Yeah,
that's why he's compelling. Yeah.
And he's a good speaker too. You know,
it's a testament to how good he looks that he's like, take your shoes off and eat organ meat, and people are like, "Okay, like,
how much?
How much? You need to be in the cold." Sometimes I don't fucking know, man. Just you need to bond with your friends and family like you're in a tribe in ancient Sumeria. It's like,
all right.
Like, is that kind of like what we Thanksgiving? And because I'm not jacked yet, that was not helpful bonding over Thanksgiving for my way.
Had the opposite effect. I trusted you.
Yeah, that's just it's so bizarre that Derek had to make a video with like facts for people. This is like this guy was getting away with it like Capone, and then Derek got him on tax fraud.
Yes.
Like with just a little paperwork mishap. Because everyone knew.
Derek's really successful. I feel like he's the center of the fitness universe. I won't say he's the biggest or the most influential, but like, God, everybody pays attention to Derek. He's been on the JRE twice. You know, he talked about Kamaru Usman's, I guess he has bumps on his belly from when you have really low body fat, sometimes little nodules pop up. And Kamaru gave the I think Derek got it wrong, but he hurt Kamaru Usman's feelings when he talked about this thing.
Discoloration on his body, yeah.
It was a lump, like a little pop. It looked like a pimple with no color. I don't know. But I'm just saying, I bet every UFC fighter knows who Derek is. I bet Chael Sonnen certainly talks about him sometimes. This political podcast I watched used Derek as the source as they talked about the Liver King. Derek is the center of the fitness universe.
You search steroid, you get Derek. That's so he's got some real good optimization going on over there. And like the Natty or Not video started, I think for him is just like, yeah, it's that kind of thing I do to pay the bills. And now it's like, and that is what has brought this empire together.
Yeah.
So,
his business philosophy of making quality products is one that works too, and it's surprisingly rare in the fitness industry.
Yeah, he's the guy. Like it's like he started out debunking everybody's stuff, and he was just like, man, it was such a smart idea to be like, well, I know what I want in a pre-workout. I just gonna have to make my own. Yeah. Which sounds so crazy at first. If I told you I had a friend who makes his own pre-workout, you'd be like, okay, don't take that.
Caffeine pills and Gatorade. Like,
and you're like coming at him with a scoop of something that your friend made.
It's like, why is it multiple colors, man?
I'm not drinking that. You've ruined my water.
Well, I mean, you can listen to Derek talk about any fitness thing for just a few minutes and be like, oh, like this guy has a sincere obsession with this stuff. Like in his free time, he's like reading studies and things because he's just interested. Like he wants to know what works, what doesn't, why it works, how much it takes for it to work, like all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I think
very interesting channel. I love his channel. It's great.
I'm sure he's like it's a safety thing. I think a lot of people who would like otherwise have hurt themselves, like maybe if they're doing stuff illegally, have maybe not hurt themselves because of either his, I don't know, warnings, advice, or just his clinic where you can go and like just get TRT.
Yeah. Dude, speaking of supplements, this morning, like over the weekend, I bought like a couple of those like 40-ounce bottles of cold brew coffee from the grocery store, just like, pour a glass in the morning and have some. And I just grabbed a brand I didn't really know. It was called Wide Awake. It was the name of the brand, and it was the cheapest, and so I just grabbed it. And I didn't look at the back to see how much caffeine was in it, and I poured myself like probably like a big glass, like a 16-ounce glass of this, because I was like
juice glass full.
Yeah, like a juice glass full of it. And I start drinking it this morning, and like I'm like halfway through it, and I'm in that like woo, woo, woo. Like I'm feeling like really good. And I like kept drinking it. And I swear to God, like an hour after I'd started, I finished it, and I'm like, like I'm getting like really, really stressed out. I'm like standing up and pacing, and like my heart is beating fast. I'm like, what on earth? Like I'm not super stressed out about anything. And I was like, the coffee. Mm-hmm. How much coffee did you drink? And I'm like, I don't know. That holds like 16 ounces, I guess. I went and looked. It's 320 milligrams of caffeine per 12 ounces.
Oh my.
And so it was like 410 plus milligrams, which for me is a panic inducing amount. I didn't get a lot done this afternoon because I spent so much time pacing. Like it was a few hours of being uncomfortably jittery. I did not care for it. Now I know that's okay. I was going to say it's like they should have made that more clear, but it is called Wide Awake, and there's like a picture of like a shocked owl on it. So, but I didn't know. It didn't say like extra. They said breakfast blend. Like how you ease.
That's like somebody eating. Come on. Is there a warning on the back?
No.
Does it say anything about pregnant women on the back?
It probably does if you check it out, but no, it was way stronger than I imagined it would be. Like you have a high caffeine tolerance, it would have been enough to get you up and moving. Like 400 that's more than a bang, and a bang is too much.
Yeah, I try to keep my tolerance to like a reasonable level, because if I take it, I want it to do something. Like you don't want to get in that position where you're drinking cup after cup after cup of coffee. If I have a cup of coffee, I'm up now. Yeah, I didn't know I was going to get any sleep this morning because of fucking between trying to get that computer fixed and my goddamn dog, that little motherfucker. He's got like diarrhea this week, and so he's got to like
this week.
I don't know, the last couple days. So he's got to shit like every 20 minutes. Every 20 minutes we go outside, and he's just like, "Thanks, boss. I really had to go again." It's like, oh my God, dude. So I got to get him some new food, and I'm going to take him to the vet tomorrow. But he's just shitting continuously. So I can't sleep. He keeps me awake. I get these little cat naps like I'm Leonardo da Vinci, and it's driving me insane. I'm just not getting, and that fucking, I was here trying to get that PC thing sorted, and I just had my head on my desk, just with the phone on speaker, listening to their obnoxious wait music, and I would nod off, and then it would.
So you didn't sleep at all last night?
Maybe 3 hours.
This morning.
I think I got 3 hours last night, and then like this afternoon, I got a little cat nap in. I think something like that, because I was up really fucking late last night playing this stupid game because I'm addicted to it. I've played 170 hours of Darktide.
That's so much. Didn't it come out 2 days ago?
No. But see, it's all the beta stuff. So like, I go to the Steam reviews, and there are these guys. They're like, I've played a ton, and I think this and that, and they'll have 30, 40 hours, and I'm just like, I'm writing my review like
you're like, I've played a ton and I hate your game. Like
I wrote a review like that. I wrote a scathing review, like you know, just all the things that I said earlier. Yeah, I've played it a shitload, and I played it way too much last night, and didn't get any sleep because I didn't know I was going to have to be up this morning doing stuff like right from 7 a.m. or whatever. So yeah, I just needing my caffeine to work.
You can correct your sleep schedule tonight. Go to bed as soon as we're done at 10 p.m. or 11 p.m. for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure that's going to happen.
Certainly I got a new PC here. Like, you know, I haven't even put Discord on that thing. I got some stuff to do.
That'll be an exciting. All right. Are you like someone who like gets annoyed having to put all your old programs and everything on it? Or is it kind of like, I'm excited to get rolling. Let's do it.
I can't remember what the thing's called. There's a website called Nanite or something, but you go there and it has like every one of the programs that you need to kind of get a PC going. They're really common ones. Steam is on there and all the C++ redistributable nonsense. And you just tick a bunch of boxes and click go, and it just puts all that shit on your computer for you. Like everything from Chrome to like WinRAR and everything that you use, all your utilities and commonly used programs. So that went pretty quick.
Damn, that's useful. I didn't know about that.
Yeah.
The way I did it was just like, I don't need to log into that account on this PC, I guess. Like
it's on my phone.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll just keep rolling on my phone until it dies.
Yeah, I don't need a bunch of stuff on there anyway. I just need all the like gaming peripheral programs, really. That's all it's going to do.
I'm like almost done with Better Call Saul. I bought season 6 and I've watched like 4 episodes a night the past 2 nights. So I'm like right there. I'm not going to spoil anything because it's a great show and I think people out there will watch it. But it is not as good as Breaking Bad.
Fair.
But it is very solid, very good. I don't want to say anything specific, but it like got much harder in like the end of season 4, 5 to like Saul at all, because he kind of, it felt like he almost pivoted from like, I guess the best way to put it, he became much pettier, like very petty, and took circuitous ways to achieve goals out of spite that could have easily been accomplished in other ways. I'll leave it at that, like with the sandpiper thing. But yeah, it was like, why did he handle it this way? Oh, vindictiveness for, you know, this other guy that he has a grudge against. Other than that I'm really liking it. I like Howard.
Yeah, fuck him. Fuck Howard. Wait, Howard's his brother, right?
No, Chuck's
he's the other part. Okay, so Howard, I can't remember Howard's like what he did specifically, but I think of Howard as, because I'm only through like maybe season 5.5. It's weird when they make these 0.5 seasons. But anyway,
we're about the same place then.
Yeah, I think of Howard as like a really good guy who, if it hadn't been for Chuck, you know, Jimmy would have been a partner or in the firm, right? Yeah. Like I think that Chuck was the one who's like, nah. And that to me was the moment when I was just so on board with Jimmy, when it's like your own brother is the impediment. Like you'd have been so taken aback by that if you're Jimmy. You're like, man, you guys had a meeting. My brother and his partner had a meeting, and they were deciding whether they were going to let me in and we'd be a trio. Came back, the answer was no. I go to my brother. I said, "What happened, man? Why isn't he on my side?" And he's like, "Well, actually, it was. I just don't think. Nah, you're not partner material."
Yeah, it's like, oh, actually, it was me, your brother, not the other. The other guy would have let you in.
Yeah, he doesn't want another McGill on the fucking like billboard outside,
the placard or whatever.
The placard, yeah.
That Chuck did not like how he treated Jimmy. He was Chuck. A douchebag.
That's a great actor, by the way. The guy that plays Chuck, like he's so good. You go back to all that. He's done so much comedy stuff. He's so good at playing.
Oh, really?
That cringy, like weird character. Yeah, he's in that. He's in all that stuff with the dog show movie, Best in Show, and they made like 3 of them. They're all kind of themed separate. Similarly with that whole cast of actors. Best in Show, and then there's one where
he's in Spinal Tap.
That's the one I didn't see, but yeah, I think those are all made by the same guy, maybe.
Oh, I didn't know about that. Okay, well, yeah, he's a good actor. He He was annoying as shit and made me dislike him on multiple occasions.
Fucking hated him.
But you need that. You need those annoying characters. I liked, or I guess I like what I've seen so far from like, as far like Jimmy's always an interesting character, but he just gets so fucking petty. And
I like it though. I like the pettiness. I'm like, oh, we're gonna get him, huh? How good?
Yeah,
oh, that's good. That's good.
It gets to the point where like they're not even scamming people for like material gain as much as like they enjoy fucking with people. And
what about when they got Yule out of trouble?
Yeah, I like Huel a lot. I'm glad they got Huel out of trouble.
Is it
like
Huel?
Huel, yeah.
Okay, I was thinking Yule, like I haven't seen it in a while, and I'm thinking like Yuletide carols.
No, I learned in this show it's Huel, and Kubi is Bill Burr's character. That's his name.
Is he in any of Better Call Saul? I don't think, right? Bill Burr?
I haven't seen him yet. I don't believe. It's hard to remember because I like came off the back of rewatching Breaking Bad, and so I don't remember if I've seen much of him. He always played it so well. Yeah, he always plays the same guy. He always plays himself, but he always does a good job because he's playing.
Yeah,
himself.
It's a reasonable character. Yeah, like I liked him in Mandalorian a lot, and I was surprised that I that I did when I heard he was going to be in an episode. I was like, oh, is this going to be like when they had Ed Sheeran and fucking Game of Thrones out of nowhere singing a fucking song? But no. He was good. He added to the show. I like the episodes he's in, and I really liked him in Mandalorian. I thought that was a good character. Like his whole thing about the helmet, like he's like riffing as they're driving into the fucking Imperial fortress. I see how it is. It's sometimes you take the helmet off, sometimes you can't. Maybe this helmet. It's okay to wear this helmet. Is it just you can't show your face, or is you can't take the helmet off? Which is it? Like make your mind up. What's the deal? Could you just wear a mask? Like
was that show's not worth watching for me, is it? I watched like episode 1 and 2 and lost interest. I'm just not that into the Star Wars world.
To me, I fucking love it, and it's not even. They've gotten more into the Star Wars world later because they let it weave with the rest of their universe stuff. But I like it a lot. But I like that little green fuck. I like Grogu, the little Baby Yoda guy. I love him. I like the Mandalorian. I like that actor ever since Game of Thrones, and I don't know. I think they do a really good job with that show. I like all the characters. There's no like overly woke shit. There's no cringy shit like there is in Boba Fett. To me, it's just like there's a couple of like really cool moments where you think all is lost, and then that's when they had like a guest star come in that you didn't think was going to be on this little TV show. It's like, holy shit, he's here. Or they CGI somebody back from the dead or something, literally, or they have a good. I like it a lot, and I think it's some of the best Star Wars stuff ever made. But I don't like Star Wars. Like I don't like any of the movies really. I like the news. They made a movie.
Andor. Is that?
I haven't watched Andor, but I bet I'm going to like it because the complaints I've heard are like it's just a slow noir story about little characters. Where are the Jedi? And I'm just like, really? It's a little story about. Yeah. About a future spaceman who's got like a laser gun and he's like a detective or something, like or something. I don't know what it's about. I haven't watched any of it, but I think I'm going to try that out. I think maybe Woody watched it and liked it. I don't know, for what that's worth. So I think I'm going to check Andor out. I liked that movie that came out with a couple years ago where they were like where everybody dies at the end. It was kind of a standalone Star Wars movie set in like the past part of the universe, but everybody died at the fucking end, and I liked that one too. But like the original trilogy, like the prequels and the requels or whatever they're calling the stuff with Daisy Ridley that they made a couple years back, I don't like any of that. I really don't. I don't even like it a little. I really dislike it.
I remember, like, I think you tried to like it a bit.
I've watched it all. I know a lot about the lore and about the silliness of it all, and I still can't like make any of the content they've made match how cool the lore and universe are, because all that shit's cool. They're space wizards with laser swords. Like, what's not to like? Oh, George Lucas. Oh, okay, that's right. Yeah.
What does he just fucking everything up?
I don't like the cutesy shit, and
you liked Baby Yoda, didn't you?
Baby Yoda's different.
That is the most fan service cutesy shit I can imagine.
I can't help it. They did a better job with him than the other stuff. Look, if I'm a hypocrite for liking Baby Yoda, then so be it. But like, I hate the Ewoks. I hated the Ewoks back in the day. Not that I was there when they were made or anything, but when I watched it for the first time, and I hate Jar Jar Binks and how he like undercuts what should be like the beginning of a tragedy with fucking fart jokes. Yeah. But Baby Yoda, like he's just a cute little guy who's stuck in. He doesn't riff. He doesn't make doo-doo jokes. He's like he's there, and like when he interacts, it's always just like pure love or pure like magical, like, oh yeah, motherfucker, I'll choke you out. And so like I like his character. Probably because he can't talk. If they could give Baby Yoda lines, I'd hate him. I bet when he starts talking, lines. He'll be like, women aren't represented enough here, methinks. Where are they? I am the only green person here. All of you whiteys in the patriarchy. I'm actually not male or female. All right. Boop. Like I'll get.
Is that Kanye on the radio?
like if Grogu starts having some really strong like political leanings, like you could scare me off. But right now he's a goo goo gaga baby who every now and then is like, wish a motherfucker would, and like force jokes out. Like,
and he's not
guy.
even Yoda. He's
no, he's not.
He is a whatever Yoda's called.
Yeah, I keep going back and forth between his real name and just saying Baby Yoda for the uninitiated random person who might like hear this and not have seen that shit. I think it's well worth watching. I like it a lot, but you won't. You don't
Master
like sci-fi,
Yoda.
man.
I like
sci-fi.
I like
no,
sci-fi.
You don't. What's your favorite sci-fi?
I don't know. In the last like few years, I liked The Martian a lot. I thought that was good.
Sci-fi.
That's not sci-fi. He was making fucking potatoes on Mars. If it's science,
it's all that's based on that's all based in real science. Everything he did was science. There's no fiction there other than the character.
Other than the whole premise. Like
the characters, everything there is real science. We can get there. We can grow those. You can make water out of rocket fuel. Like all of that's real science.
Okay, well, what's a top tier sci-fi movie? I'll tell you if I like it. Tippity top.
I mean, 2001: A Space Odyssey, I guess. Although I'm kind of running.
Watched maybe 25 minutes. I was way too high to track with it. I stopped.
Most people think it's boring and they don't like it, but I think it's one of my favorites.
Old movie. Jackie and I watched all
Star Trek II: The Wrath of Khan. There you go.
Star Trek.
Star Trek: The New Wrath of Khan is better.
Not. It's just not. They don't understand like the. It's not. That whole end scene where it's like a submarine battle because neither ship can see the other, and so they're sort of stalking each other, trying to figure out a way to find the other, like jerry rigging torpedoes and stuff, and like get William Shatner's hamming it up, trying to make Ricardo Montalban mad. He's Khan, you haven't beaten me, Khan. I'm still down here, Khan. I'm alive. I'm laughing at your superior intellect, Khan. Starting to turn into fucking Jim Carrey. But and Ricardo Montalban is like, all right, take us into the nebula. And then the guys, sir, not the nebula. And they go, and I love that. Star Trek II: The Wrath of Khan, the original, is so fucking good to me. They put the creatures in Chekhov's here. The creatures, sir. So
it's been a long time since I've seen it, so I can't effectively counter, but I just saw the new one and I liked it a lot. I love the fucking new Star Treks. It did. I just watched theaters. You and I watched
you and Joe Lozon watched The Wrath of Khan in the
new one. Then,
well, there's the new Wrath of Khan when it came out on the night it came out in
Roger that. I watched it with Jackie like 2 nights ago. And we watched all 3 of the new Star Treks recently. Dude, Star Trek is so good. And it's so much better than Star Wars. I know. I want to like Star Wars more. People say it's better. It's the bigger franchise, I'll admit. But they're just like, all right, we've got these guys illegally mining. Anyone here have like fencing and skydiving experience? And some guys like, I'm in. Or like, oh, we're stuck on a planet. We're going to need some motocross and base jumping skills. And it's, so he starts riding his motorcycle around in circles, distracting the bad guys. Star Trek is a blast. It is a fucking action movie. It is a sci-fi movie, and it is fun from start to finish. Star Wars, Oh my God, tell me again about the Senate filibusters. Like, you're killing me with this.
If you want a TV show that's Star Trek that's really good, either of you, Star Trek Strange New Worlds is the newest of the new Star Treks. It's amazing. It's some of the best Star Trek they've ever made. It's as good as The Next Generation. It's very good. The main guy is Captain Pike. This is like the prequel before Kirk happens.
Ooh, yeah.
And Captain Pike has been shown his future. His future is that he will be like crippled in a wheelchair, unable to speak, with his face melted off, and he can't move his arms either. But it saves the lives of all these children. And so he knows it's coming. He knows it's coming. He knows the names of the children. And every night he's just
you gotta tune that out.
He's just reciting the names of and he's just like, I know it's coming down some road. I don't know when exactly, but it's coming, and I'll face it when it does. But until then, we're here, and we're here to fight the Gorn and the Klingons and the purple people and the green people. And Rebecca Romaine Stamos, used to be Stamos. She was the original Mystique in the X-Men movies, like the blue chick that's wearing nothing.
Yeah.
She's the first officer. She looks like she's 6'2". She's just this big, sexy bitch. Always like that. And no, it's a very, very good show. They just go on Star Trek episodes and do stuff. I guess it came from Star Trek Discovery, these characters. The guy that plays Spock is great. He's got a hot-ass fiance, and their relationship's weird because he's, like half human, and she's like, I don't know, you might be a little bit too human to marry. Like, she's super cold about it. Mm-hmm. So, no, that's a very good TV show if you like Star Trek. And if you didn't like Star Trek Picard, which is just an abomination. Just an abomination.
I'll trust you on
that. Is
that.
The Thing
I know how Pike
movie?
dies.
Yeah, I think sci-fi movie, yeah.
That's my favorite sci-fi.
That's a good one.
The Pike dies in the new Wrath of Khan. He gets shot by Khan. Khan's in a spaceship outside these office buildings, and they're fighting him, and that's how Pike dies.
That's the Kelvin timeline.
Okay. Yeah, I just thought of it when you said Pike knows how he dies. I'm like, oh, so do I. And then that wasn't it. And I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah, that's the Kelvin timeline, and but they're going by the Prime timeline. And if you go back to the original TV show, episodes 1 and 2, I think, from like the 60s, Pike's the captain, and he's on a little adventure on this planet with these people. Their heads are like giant testicles, and they're really smart. And that's where he gets all melted up. And he shows up to like the meeting. His wheelchair comes in, and he's all like disgusted. Show me Captain Pike with his face melted, Zach, from like the original 60s Star Trek.
This is a tough ask, but okay.
Oh, it's gonna be so easy. Captain Pike, original series,
wheelchair.
And then like melted face, he's just like, here, I'll try to do the face, and then he'll, it's like that.
I don't like that.
It's like that. Like his eyes all melted shut.
If you were like, if you were like severely,
yeah,
ooh.
Yeah.
It would be not.
That's some good casting, right? This is the modern day guy. That's the guy from the 60s.
Wait, that's what he looks like in the modern day?
Yeah. This is modern day Pike. Like in the new TV show on the left, that's the guy who plays Captain Pike.
Yeah, they picked someone who looks so similar. Good job.
He's a good actor. I like him a lot. Like he's a good fucking captain. I don't know. I'm digging that show a lot. I'm looking forward to the next season. There's a whole season of it out if you want to watch. Highly recommend that.
I think I'm going to watch that 1899 German show.
That's a good one.
I've read good things about it, and I'll just have to lock in and focus because I'm so glad you told me not to watch it with dubs, because if a fundamental part of it is like someone from like Italy not being able to understand someone from Germany, that'd be very confusing. Like just having to go by like that group has mustaches, I'm gonna go Italian. Like
yeah.
Hair,
if you turn the dubs on for anybody who wants to watch 1899 on Netflix, then the conversations that they have about their inability to communicate don't make any sense, because suddenly French, German, Polish, whatever the fuck, is just all English, and it's people talking about not being able to understand each other in English. So it gets weird. So
I want to watch
turn the subtitles on and listen to the original languages.
Oh, so before, because Tucker is supposed to be joining, I'm going to do the advertisements real quick before he gets here. This episode of PKA is brought to you by Blue Chew. Blue Chew, everyone. As we head into the holiday season, it's time to give yourself and your loved ones the gift that keeps on giving and giving and giving, which is today's sponsor, Blue Chew. Guys, confidence can take you far in life. It can also help in the bedroom, especially when it comes time to step up to the plate. That's where Blue Chew comes in. Blue Chew is a unique online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in chewable tablets and at a fraction of the cost. You can take them anytime, day or night, so you can plan ahead or be ready whenever an opportunity arises. The process is simple. Sign up at BlueChew.com, consult with one of their licensed medical providers, and once you're approved, you'll receive your prescription within days. The best part, it's all done online, so no visits to the doctor's office, no awkward conversations, and no waiting in line at the pharmacy. Blue Chew's tablets are made in the USA and prepared and shipped direct to your door in a discreet package. Get that extra confidence with the help of Blue Chew. Don't let that Christmas tree be the only wood in your house, standing loud and proud this holiday season. Now you can get Blue Chew free. You can try it for free when you use promo code PKA at checkout. Just pay the $5 in shipping. That's BlueChew.com, promo code PKA to receive your first month free. Blue Chew are the perfect stocking stuffer to make you your best stocking stuffer. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. And we thank Blue Chew for sponsoring the podcast. So,
is that the first time we've done this read? Because I'm liking the jokes.
Nope, I got it from my internet history. So we've done this one before.
Okay, I haven't paid attention.
BlueChew.com, code PKA. I think you get 3 pills free for $5. What a deal! That's a hell of a deal, folks. And at only $5, what risk? What's the risk?
We've been doing stocking stuffer and don't let your Christmas tree be the only wood in your house for a month?
Yes, since at least November 17th. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, remember, because for a year and a half, it was like, spring has sprung. Hey, welcome to the show, November 3rd. Spring has sprung. They just didn't send a new read. So I think they're just going to stick around for the whole time. But this episode also brought to you by Lock and Load, a wonderful product for wonderful people. The premium cum pill. Code PKA, code Jizz. Get yourself a nice, healthy discount over at Derek's site. That link is below. And don't forget, we were talking earlier, Derek's products, very high quality. If you're more interested in the pre-workout than you are in the Lock and Load pills, you can use our code PKA or Jizz to get money off those wonderful workout supplements as well. But you shouldn't, we've said it before, Socrates, whatever, Aristotle, he's like, it's a shame for a man to grow old and never see the beauty of which his body is capable. That's exactly what we're talking about.
He was talking about Lock and Load.
He was talking about like, I want to impress the young boys that I come on when I teach them math. Greeks, like that.
Unlike the Liver King, I will freely admit to you, the only reason I'm shooting ropes like a rainbow over her head is Lock and Load.
Yes, and Aristotle, who inspired us to make the product. So check out Lock and Load, code PKA or code Jizz. You're going to love the way you come. You're going to love it. You're going to love it. Your partner's going to love it. It's gonna make her or him feel good. So there you go. God, Tucker, what are you? Not even 3 minutes early? Christ. You're muted, Woody. He's having some USB troubles.
Oh, I can't not bump this mic.
Now she mutes him again when he tries not to bump it. All right, welcome to the Taylor Show. We're going to talk about who is leading the NHL in points right now. And because I'm not prepared, we're going to go ahead and pull up the standings, and I'm going to read the
Did you
Don't fucking mute me.
I didn't even bump it that time. I was innocent. What the fuck is happening?
I'm joking, everyone. I would sit silently before I talked about hockey. I know what people prefer and what they don't.
What's up, Tucker?
How are you,
guys? Tucker? Sorry, I just bit into a cookie and I just got here.
No, that's good. It's like it makes you seem like, oh, me, I'm so casual. I'm just munching. I'm just.
Oh, hey guys, what did I miss?
Guy. Yeah, what did I miss? Just a bunch of retardation, honestly. Just a bunch of nonsense.
The usual.
Talk about Liver King.
Liver Kanye King is weird.
Yeah.
Oh my God, Kanye.
Yes.
What? You shouldn't have blown that.
The dude likes Hitler.
Early. Yeah,
he does.
It's like I feel like I'm living in a Dave Chappelle skit where he's playing the KKK clan member who's black and doesn't know it, and I'm like, guys, like we're flying too close to the sun. Like Icarus is like the comedy, like Icarus is just like, guys, my wings are burning. Please stop. Like,
oh yeah. We were talking about it earlier. I've never seen Alex Jones sitting next to someone being like, dude, you got to watch what you say. You know,
visually uncomfortable. I don't agree with all that.
I don't know about all that. I think you don't Kanye, you don't care for Nazis, do you?
Yeah. It's he's like, you can walk that one back. He's like, no, I absolutely do. I was like, it's so funny because people in chat told me, and I had gone live, and I'm like, oh, it can't be that bad. I was like, what happened? He's like, Kanye loves Hitler. And I'm like, well, we kind of saw that coming. He's like, no, but he really loves Hitler. And I'm like, oh, well, how bad? And I look at the Twitter trending, and it's during the World Cup. And I was like, what is this, World War III? It said Japan versus Spain. It said actually Hitler. It said Germany. And it said like United States trending all in the order. And I was like, guys, this is a bad trending page to look at.
Yeah. There's a lot going on.
Yeah.
A huge amount going on.
Oh, I think he denied the Holocaust too.
Oh,
no,
I didn't know that.
I only saw
that's too far. Clip. When he said Hitler was a good guy, I was like, well, let's see. Guys.
Well, he had to give him props for inventing the microphone. Duh.
Wait, right, that's what he said?
Well, yeah, he said Hitler invented the microphone.
And
the
highway systems, he started like shouting out the Autobahn.
He's like, yo, VW, I love the Beetle, you know?
Yo, you want to see some of the best artwork in the world? He's got like a Hitler.
Dude, VW's like HR is just like, guys, nobody tweet for a while. Like,
yeah. Literally, Adidas is like, thank God we cut him, and Hugo Boss is like shaking. They're like, we don't have anything with this, right, guys? Like,
we don't have anything to do with this.
All right,
we took no sides. We just wanted our.
They should pick him up for the memes.
Yeah, they're just like, listen, we just want to make sure you look good. That's it.
What was the what's that other brand they dropped Kanye? That their names. I'm gonna get it wrong. Is it Balenciaga?
Balenciaga.
Oh, yeah.
Balenciaga.
So they dropped Kanye, right, along with everybody else, rightfully so, a couple of weeks ago when he starts going wild. But then they like had they're like, guys, in marketing, we got a budget's a little freed up. I don't know if you guys have noticed. We got a little money throw around. Ideas. Well, sir, I've been thinking of a whole underage BDSM campaign. Watson, you had me at underage.
Brilliant.
Do it.
That'll sell so many.
We can't even show it. We can't even show their ads because it was children in BDSM gear.
Kanye stuff?
No, Balenciaga.
They dropped Kanye, and now they got money for marketing, right? I'm saying like then they pivoted to child BDSM.
Listen,
ads.
Balenciaga has almost always been this weird like some of those brands really got in love with the tongue-in-cheek version of like, we're doing it because that's what we do and we're quirky. And so Balenciaga did like an entire like Matrix campaign complete with very, very bad SFX and stuff, like on purpose, you know, kind of like the look guys, but $800 shirt instead. And it just says the like Balenciaga in print. And you're like, okay, cool. But yeah, BDSM doesn't seem too far-fetched for them.
For children,
with children
but kids,
in there, that's that kind of adds another element of fucked up.
And there was another part too. So like, I don't remember the kids doing BDSM thing. I remember her holding a teddy bear in a BDSM outfit, which
that's what I said. I thought.
Oh, is it? I thought
bondage bears.
There weren't any kids slapping.
Abuse papers.
There was no child spanking each other. There was like a dominatrix kid.
No,
that's an ad campaign.
Yeah, so the kids were dressed maybe in Balenciaga clothes. I don't really know, but they were holding a teddy bear dressed in BDSM shit. Okay, nah. There was another shot of like a coffee table, and if you zoom in on the coffee tables, it's like a pro-child porn court ruling on the papers that are on the coffee table, which just they're claiming it was a coincidence. Like, oh, you know, we didn't really realize that it was like a pro-child porn court ruling here on the coffee. Yeah, right. It was just a prop. We grabbed it without reading it.
Oh yeah, just a prop, the kind of prop that you need to semi-hide, but not really. Like, come on,
they were sort of fanned out, like you might hold a deck of cards in your hand.
Well, you got to wonder because, like, there's so many different levels as to who is paying for what and who really knows what exactly is going on in the marketing meeting. Because, like, you like the team that got hired to make the commercial and hired the director maybe 4 steps removed from Balenciaga's paycheck, right? It might be like, we hired our PR firm who hired the marketing firm who hired the director who worked through with the creative guy, and they came in with BDSM porn. Not sympathizing. It's just like, all right.
I've also thought of that. I hate to make excuses for them. Taylor might know more about this.
Yeah. I like representatives at a company of that size do not allow photo shoots to go out without internal review. Like there's a huge amount of internal review there. Like the idea that, because I saw they tried to blame the photographer for it, and it's like, you really think that the photographer was like, that's great. Oh, you're going to run it by Balenciaga, marketing? No, just like, no, that was up on a big screen in a marketing meeting, and they were reviewing what things, could it? What do you think about this one? What do you think about that one?
I am going to try and play the worst devil's advocate here, but what if?
Love it.
All right.
Yes.
What if
that teddy bear was sexy, right?
No. What if? No, these ones are great. What if it was a genuine oversight prop where the intention was exactly what everybody thought it was, but Balenciaga just did not see the subtle child abuse pro porn thing? And I'm going to just simply say, what if the guy reviewed it and was like, yeah, this is edgy, I like it. What's that paper saying? The guy's like,
they don't do that.
We have 480p projector. Who knows? Nobody can read that.
Well, originally it was a photo of a naked toddler, but we had to walk it back a little
So there's a whole company that makes prop newspapers to avoid this sort of things.
Right.
It's really funny because if you look, you zoom in, you can see that many of the articles in newspapers and movies don't make any sense. The headlines will be like, they'll look like they all fit together. But if you start reading the article, it's like, wait, the front page has an article about like potato salad or something. Like it's just nonsensical.
Mm-hmm.
They had to go get that newspaper. Like they were like,
yeah, they had to put that deliberately in.
Paper. Yeah.
All right. Now hold on. I am looking at the photos of the thing, and you're right. These are BDSM teddy bears. The original one that you linked was kind of like a dystopian teddy bear. I was kind of like, all right, listen, guys, come on.
Now the girl's dressed reasonably. Like I would, if I had a kid that age, I would put her in that.
Well,
outfit.
thank God the baby is dressed reasonably.
Yeah, she's like baby. She's 4.
Sorry. Like I don't know how.
Yeah,
all kids under 12 look the same to me.
Roger that. So I'm gonna call the kid. I'm looking again. 4 years old. And she's dressed in a reasonable outfit you would send a kid to school, but she's holding a teddy bear in a BDSM outfit. The other one's just a shot of a coffee table, and you really have to zoom in and turn it upside down to read the papers. But again, only a fool would think that was an accident or a coincidence. If you've ever done anything with like Hollywood or props or whatever.
Everything is intentional. Yes.
The props they grab, everything's intentional, true. And the props they have laying around, which was their excuse, like we just grabbed it, are very specific non-dated things. Like if you read a newspaper, you can't tell what year that's from. Or none of the stories say like JFK shot, Ronald Reagan elected. Like they're just sort of random stuff. No way that court case, I can't read this, what was by accident. So yeah. What is this? The act specific?
I guess that's Ashcroft versus free speech. I guess that's the thing they had on there.
Oh, I see.
Linked up.
Do you think that somebody just got microdosed out of their mind at Joshua Tree and came back and was like, we're making a statement with this Balenciaga ad, and there were not enough people who understood what that meant in general? So they were like, literally, I'm going to be honest, the whole brand, the idea of it, weird. Right?
Okay,
so this inclusion, I can see how you'd overlook it, and I could put the blame on the person directing the idea. But the whole idea of signing off like the general ad, I'm like, all right, guys, like a little bit kind of, Yeah,
I mean, if you're signing off on an ad where it's like, yeah, we're going to have young children holding sexually explicit outfits, and they're going to be giving like a deadpan face. It's like,
when you put it like that,
it's
fine to me.
You're kind of selling it, Taylor.
That part was really intentional, but this other part could have been slipped. It's like, no, I don't buy that. I think it was all intentional.
It's 100% obvious that it's intentional, but did you read what the court case was about? It's 100% obvious that it was
intentional. No. I am just simply saying clear. I think it is insane to sit here and think that a $15 billion company like failed to looked at every part of this and was like, yeah. I think that they looked at the entirety of it, but missed the actual inclusion of this court case, which doesn't make it any better. But like,
it's not as if it's just a random court case that has
no. I know,
but
it's
Kyle, let me translate because I think you're not getting his point. He's saying Balenciaga, who's not the people who took the picture, they just funded the ad campaign.
Yeah.
They knew about the kids with the teddy bears,
Yeah.
but they might not have known about the text of the paper. That could have happened at the.
Well, I want to hear about their
photography
lawsuit.
level.
I want to hear about their lawsuit against the editor and the photographer then, because they've just been defamed.
I think it happened. Yeah, I think there's.
All right. Well, then, okay. Then
they are suing the photographer. See, here's the thing. That's where it's going to get into. I still believe firmly that you are in full responsibility. If like on my record label, my employee tweeted some fucked up shit, and like I didn't know about it, I'm still at fault. Like I still have to do things and be like, hey, I'm sorry that like at some point this was a possibility that could happen, right? But if I go through a marketing campaign and I'm looking at everything that's going out and I miss something, no matter how true that is, like that's infinitely worse.
Remember when Disney missed those penises in Little Mermaid and on the cover on the box art? And then again, yes, it's 100% real. You can like show the before and after pictures. They've changed it. The artists like to sneak shit like that in. If you go back to Rescuers, the Rescuers, that's the name of the other animated movie. There's like that. There's a couple of frames of just a naked woman as they're like flying through the city. And there's just a big titted woman in her house, like naked there as they fly past.
That's so crazy.
Didn't the Lion King? That's what it is. Didn't they have something in the clouds? Yeah. The Lion King cover. There's an ass in a thong in the sky.
I mean, come on, clouds can be kind of round and cheeky.
It's because like we know at least in the gaming industry how many people just put Easter eggs, and it's not a question of. Yeah, some of these are known, but like sometimes the designer just puts on a texture he doesn't think somebody's going to ever see on the underside of the texture. It's just his initials, and you're like, "Whoops, found it one day."
No, I'm backing you. I'm backing you up with the Balenciaga. Not knowing what's up here because Disney didn't know that cheeky artist had snuck some penis heads in. They didn't know that's literally what that is. That's a cheeky animator who's being like, "I'm going to put a thing in here, and I'm going to be able to tell my friends like, hey." I animated that, and they'd be like, "Yeah, okay, buddy, you're one of those guys who built the skyscraper. Which brick did you lay?" No. Look right here. See that dick? I drew that dick.
Yeah. Here's a photo of me coding the dick in.
Show that, Kyle. What do you think? Can we show this picture that Zach just linked, the Lion King one?
I'm almost certainly going to say we can, but yeah, it's just like a thongy butt.
Listen,
it's like it's so crudely drawn that I can do better.
If you ask me, that's a silhouette of a lamp from Target that they're just showing.
Like I see the butt, like I see it, but I also see the lion's face.
I'm just gonna say that this to me falls firmly in the category of if you want it to be true, it is, and if not, then fine. Yeah. I can see both ways in which somebody just drew this, then desaturated it, and was like, damn, that does kind of look like a butt though. And it's like it wasn't, but like, yeah, I mean, was it intentional?
I don't think they were going for a butt there. I think that, but you know, how often do we look? It's a whole thing, right? You look at the clouds and imagine the things come to you, right? Just staring at clouds, they form into objects. So like, it's kind of, I don't see it. I see the ass. Don't get me wrong, but like, I don't think somebody drew that ass. When you look at the fucking knob heads on the cover of Little Mermaid, or like that naked lady in that clip from Rescuers, you're like, oh, okay, that's. There's no doubt that's penis.
I'm looking.
That's pretty funny. And whenever they catch him, they have to have those little apologies. We very sorry about. Penises.
Sorry about it, including these cocks, massive hulking cocks in all of our Disney films.
That's a solid dick.
Yeah. That's
so what am I? That is a solid penis. But what am I looking at with the other two?
Buzz got hard. There's one of Buzz Lightyear with an erection.
How is that? I mean, the GIF, I don't see anything.
See his erection.
And the other thing, I don't see anything.
Are they adding some pixels around his dick there? No,
I don't see. See nothing.
I'm hard scoping that cock, and I don't see it.
I get it. Okay, so he just has seen something. If he's doing this in reaction,
they're like, he's getting hard.
Then they're yeah. So obviously they're not showing anything in his crotch. It's just they're inferring that with the wings
That's just
sticking out.
good. That's just good. That was intentional, and they absolutely okayed that, though.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with and there's nothing wrong with the fucking squirrels kissing each other either. Like the blood's like rushing to his dick. Like
instead of going down up to his head, it goes down to his dick.
That does seem to be the case.
All
but
right. Listen, that sounds like the lady with the monster can. She's like, "What do you see here? The Hebrew sign for 6."
I'm okay with that one.
Yeah, this is like my.
I'm okay
English
with
teacher.
all these, and I want.
They removed the penis
dicks
in
in
Little
my
Mermaid.
children's cartoon.
Listen, I want dicks in my. Wait, phrasing. I was gonna say I want people to leave little dicks in all of the things that I
yes,
like child dicks, or like Asian dicks.
I was gonna say dicks in the things that I consume.
What's the difference, Kyle?
Get yourself a Balenciaga sweater.
About 25 years.
I don't know what we're talking about.
The difference between Asian dicks, the difference between child penises and Asian penises, Taylor.
I don't want to talk about that.
I'm gonna steer clear of this one.
It's like that fucking clip from Two Bears One Cave or whatever when it's whichever one's wife is on the show and she asks that the Asian comedian like why is it that you never see too many Koreans with Down syndrome? And he's like, fuck you. Fuck you. He's like, what? You know what the fuck you're doing. You know why fuck you, because sometimes you can't tell.
Theo Vaughn.
Sometimes you can't tell. No,
it was Bobby Lee, I think.
No, it was Bobby Lee, a Korean.
It was Theo Vaughn joking at Bobby Lee. I saw that clip.
Wasn't.
Yeah.
It was the wife. She was the one putting it on him. The blonde lady. I don't know which one's.
I don't want to watch.
I think the better looking one with the beard.
I don't want to watch Bobby Lee content. Like, not that I did, but
I
after you
Bobby
told
Lee
me
content.
how fucking sad it is, I'm like, I don't want to watch some poor guy get like hamstrung and bullied on his.
I don't want to be the last guy in on a joke, but so I'm gonna go ahead and assume that Bobby Lee's comedy and his bit, if you will, his character that he portrays to the world is the most pathetic man imaginable, because that's kind of. I watched some of his old comedy the other day, and it was more about like, my Asian dad is so Asian that he like he's this. And now it's like, oh, today you'd have killed yourself today if you'd been in my shoes. You sure would have. Of course, you'd have killed yourself long ago if you had to walk in my silly tiny shoes that match my baby dick. Anyway, let me tell you some horror stories about growing up and how no one wants to fuck me and how I was molested by a guy with Down syndrome for an entire summer once. Oh, what? You're going to laugh at that in my face? You're going to laugh? You're gonna laugh in my face about how about a man with Down syndrome was able to repeatedly take advantage of me? Yeah. Okay. Well, let's laugh that up for a while, and then we'll move on to how bad it still bothers me.
How many people have to drop the ball for that to happen for a summer?
That's right. That's a lot of assault.
Because that guy wasn't Ocean's 11ing his way into, like it was probably obvious.
Like, and you know, the whole thing with his girl and like, oh man, like it's all real sad, mean stuff. And even when somebody's trying to be nice to him, that girl he's with now, maybe I'm misunderstanding. I don't know his whole history or anything. I just catch clips, but like, she was like, yeah, I've got low standards, like really low. And he's like, well, don't say that. She's like, no, you don't even know. In high school, I dated a Samoan with Down syndrome. She's like, for a long time, they've always been low. And she's saying this to her boyfriend. And he's just like, fuck. I didn't know that.
I didn't know that.
I didn't know you dated a Samoan with Down syndrome for a year.
Could be the same guy.
Yeah, it's real sad shit. Yeah, it could be the same guy who molested him. How horrific would that be?
Hopefully hopefully this is just his character.
He should have been like,
and he's a very happy
getting
guy.
away with it.
His name wasn't Sammy, was it?
Getting away with
He's like, yeah, Sammy with the big hands.
He can't keep getting away with it. It's just these like some guy standing there like coyly buying candy. At the You'll never catch me. No, we can. We're making fun of a rapist, Tucker.
You're right. Yeah, he's a rapist first.
He's a rapist.
It's one of those crimes that precedes no matter what you are at first a rapist. It's like,
yes.
Wait a second. Why is he a rapist?
Because he raped.
Wait. We're talking about the
apparently
Samoan that she dated?
No, we're talking about the guy who raped or molested.
I follow now. The
purportedly
same person.
Bobby
Yes.
Lee.
Yeah.
I haven't heard this story. It sounds awful.
It's like the Avengers cinematic universe of sexual assault.
Yeah, it's so yeah, I get a lot of that stuff for sent to me on YouTube Shorts or whatever, because I guess I watched them to the end because they're so pathetic that like I have to get to the end because I think
you gotta stop. You gotta stop engaging with any comedy related shorts because it eventually, whatever platform, because it just degrades into eventually it will get longer and more like, and then you're in the middle of a Norm Macdonald bit and your TikTok's 7 minutes long and you're like,
it's a good place to be.
Yeah, it's a great
middle of
place
a
to be,
Norm
but
bit.
I think YouTube Shorts have to be under a minute. I've never seen one over a minute. Okay,
they do. I was talking about TikTok.
I love them. I'm just sitting there like I'll come upstairs to do a thing, and I'll sit down and like start drinking my coffee and like smoking this shit, and I'm like, oh fuck, 35 minutes. I spent
you get in. They're so addicting. That's what
I wish you could go forwards and back in them.
That would be a good feature. I feel like it just ends.
You can.
Wait.
You can't sneak. Like you just have to like wait for it to repeat.
No,
again.
like if I don't hear, I want to scrub. Yeah, sometimes it'll be like, wait, what was that word? And you have to listen to the whole thing again.
Yeah,
it does just suggest you what you want, because I like made the mistake of watching like a dozen or so YouTube shorts that was just like different people who are really into chemistry being like, look at this reaction, and now YouTube just sends me so many science reactions.
Have you?
Oh, we should switch. I see hockey highlights.
As an ex YouTuber, has your eye caught any of those like techniques and been like, that's a good technique? I bet not only do you get a lot of views, they watch to the end. Sometimes they watch 3 times in a row. And like I've caught a couple of techniques. There's this one where it's like
you mumble.
It'll be like, have you ever seen what it looks like when you breed a giant Bernese Mountain Dog? And the video's still going with a blah blah blah, and it's some song, it's some riff from a song, and it's like lots of slow music, and then at the end it goes, "This is what it looked like," and they just show up the fucking dog, and it's like, dude, I've been here for 38 seconds waiting on you to like, because you spoke slowly and had a little music.
It's so annoying that when you start to realize the things that you're doing, and like when I make the conscious decision to post an obscure like Steam game and say this is the funniest online soccer game available. That's it. And the entire comments, 1.5 million comments, is just like, what the fuck is the game?
One thing they get me with on the YouTube shorts is they'll make it a perfect loop.
Oh,
so
yeah,
my dumb ass is watching it, and at the end they're like, and this is how it goes, and then they start it again, and I'm like, wait a second, this is my second playthrough. You got me to watch it twice because you couldn't tell. There was no period at the end of the sentence. It just flowed into the start.
You make it begin with a broken sentence, and you make it end with a broken sentence that can meld together. And the first sentence is abstract enough that you can go along with it enough that you've got to be quick-witted and paying attention enough to catch it on the first loop through.
No,
someone who's like got in the background, they're all the way through again.
Make it on. What do you mean? You don't have to just perfectly script it. Do it 100 times in Premiere and then render it. And it's good. Not a single
that's
one
what
of
I
my.
mean. That's what they're doing.
Yeah. They're just like, all right, this time it's really just good script writing, but it is very tasty. You're like, I'll watch another 10 seconds just for that good loop. Okay.
Yeah, it's I've seen a couple little techniques like that, and it's like, man, I bet they're getting like 15% more viewership just because of like these little techniques like this.
What's it all matter, huh, Kyle? What's it all matter? For what?
I don't know. You tell me what. I don't know if there's
I don't
any
fucking
monetization
know.
there.
If you're making 700, like I don't really use TikTok, but like I'll have my girlfriend will come to me and be like, yo, this guy like has 700,000 followers because he started this trend where it's like giant woman. And I'm like seeing it. I'm like, very clever of like a perspective change thing. I'm like, cool. What does he do with that next month? Like, is he the giant woman guy forever? Does he make other trends? Like, what do you do with an eyeball from TikTok?
I don't know what you're talking about the future of it, but like, how are YouTube Shorts monetized? I don't know.
They're not yet. Well, actually, they are, but you have to have 4,000 watch hours in 90 days for YouTube Shorts to monetize. And then you have to, I don't know how the monetization is because I don't have that. So
there's a acrobatic paraglider.
That's easy though.
You guys won't care about the content, but he did something cool and it went viral because it's amazing to see, even if you're not into it. 20 million views, $38. And I saw that and I was just like, oh, so it's not about money.
Oh, yeah, no, it's not. And that's I can look at my Twitter before I got demonetized for cursing. I said damn in my Twitter video and there goes my money.
The fuck?
Wow.
Yeah, if you say any
Elon, get on it.
Twitter monetization is the strictest. No blood, no headshots, no cursing, no inferring like that you're cursing kind of thing. And so I've been demonetized twice for it. But I did monetize a video of Meg Thee Stallion twerking on Master Chief at TwitchCon, and it got 500,000 views, which gave me $58. So not bad, you know?
There we go.
That's better than that guy
there.
did. Yeah.
It is better than that, but it's still like
not much.
What's the fucking point? I make $7 on Instagram Reels every month, and I get 100. I get like, I don't know. I get like between 50 and 100,000 views on my Reels. It's like, why am I doing this for $7? My internet costs more money to upload these things.
I don't mean to be an asshole, but if I had a $7 check, I wouldn't go to the bank.
If they sent it like the old machinima days where you got a physical check, I too would not be taking it. Like, mobile deposit, I'd be like, fuck, is this even worth turning my phone on for? Somebody's really mad that's an hour of paycheck. And you know what? That does suck to be
a valid point.
Yeah.
Get a real job.
Yeah, but I'm not
Get a real job.
Get a real job. Make YouTube shorts.
No, like where are you working that you make $7 an hour unless you're a waitress? Isn't the minimum
nowhere.
wage even the minimum wage everywhere above $7 now?
It's
$7.25 minimum, right?
It's a take home, though. I bet it's not super uncommon.
Oh,
yeah. If you're living in Nebraska, somebody's got to work the security shift in Nebraska.
I get these YouTube shorts from a guy who I suppose runs some sort of a welding business, and he's
making bank.
He's at like a welding school watching people weld or something, and he'll go up to these men. They're like, I don't know, 18 to 25, I'd say, and be like, "It's pretty good weld you got there. What do you think it's worth an hour to come work for me?" And he'll say, "I don't know, welding like that, about 18 an hour." I think you're right. Matter of fact, 1950 an hour sounds more like it, don't it? He's like, yes, sir. And they like shake hands, and it's like one after another of him. And then he gets to the guy who's like TIG welding some thin aluminum. He's like, pretty good stuff right there. What do you think that's worth? He's like, that right there is worth $50 an hour. He's like, you're one of the few where I think I'd pay that too. Yes, sir. It's like you can see the difference between $18 an hour welding and $50 an hour welding. Like the guy.
I saw it the other way. I saw the guy be like, I think it's worth $20 an hour. And he's like, 16. Then another guy's like, I think it's worth $8. He's like, 20. Like what they say has nothing to do with what they get paid. It seems.
My guy always went up a little or like agreed with
the same guy. I mean, we just a different video.
It's interesting that people get to eyeball that because it's kind of cool. I never really thought I kind of get to do the same thing when I listen to music demos where anybody in the world can just send a song and like, I'll listen to it for at least 1 second before I stop. And yeah, right. And
you gotta make a strong impression.
No, but that's the thing. Like when you look at a weld, that guy instantly can see like, oh, you don't have 3 of the 5 basic things that I need. Therefore, you cannot even qualify for me to think about $20 an hour. Like you're just simply not like the quality is just visibly not there. It's not even, it's very easy to tell in 5 seconds if somebody has the understanding of how to make something sound good. Right. And then that literally changes the whole question between like, I'm not wasting my time even going to continue to listen to this. It's bad.
Pause there. This is super interesting to me. In 5 seconds, a lot of songs are just ramping up. Like, I don't even know what this song's going to be like. Go ahead,
skip to the middle. You're listening to music that's well made, probably. How many songs are you listening to that is like radio music is going to go through a whole bunch of very, very talented people to get there. Even the indie stuff is really good. That's why you're listening to it on the radio. That's not a fair comparison. I'm listening to dog shit. I'm listening to some like kids' first beats and like then some. So like there is a very, it's daunting to realize that in any creative subject, and I'd argue in any subject matter, it is very easy to get fine. But like to get between fine and like worthy of pay, huge difference and very visible. And then the difference between worthy of pay and like, hey man, like you got some good stuff going on is like instantly recognizable. Between that, it's like gray, but I can see how that guy can look at it and be like, yeah, no, you literally just cannot make $50 an hour right now. You just don't have it.
Yeah. Welding, like if you've ever seen like good landscaping, right? The difference in like what you would do if you just cut your grass and if you had a professional come versus if you ever gone to like Augusta and seeing the fucking grass, or any professional golf course
or baseball field.
Yeah. Like there's absolute levels, and the guy that cuts that grass, that guy makes a lot to cut that grass. I think welding and cutting grass probably transfers pretty well, because the guy, you got some guy out there making $10 an hour cutting grass, right? Like the guy that cuts my grass, and then you got some guy who's probably
who's preparing Yankee Stadium.
Remember, there's that family who does it. There's like what field was it where it's like, we're the Johnson family. We handle the field.
It's like we do anything that Cleveland needs. We're here.
That's like one of those terrifying setups for like a horror movie. You like get in a baseball field late at night. It's who's that? That's the Johnsons. It's like 7 generations of old people
spraying that fucking infield down.
They refuse to breed outside the grass mowing family.
Like they're the only ones that live here. Exactly.
All their hair is perfect.
Like, I don't know if I know you're not I don't think you're a baseball guy. I'm not either.
Sort of.
I watched this video like about the lawn mowing thing.
Mm-hmm.
Did you know that in baseball they like these lawn mowing families? They'll do things like the GM or whatever will be like, "Hey, we're playing the Astros," and then the grass mowing family will be like, "The Astros." Okay, they like to steal bases. They like to do this and that. We're gonna put extra water on the infield. We're gonna make the outfield slower, and it's like. I was blown away by that. I didn't know that's how it worked.
Top level. It's love cool when you get to see like the behind the scenes of how people really like the level of when you hear about F1. It's like, yo, we reduced the tire pressure by 0.01%, and that is going to get us around the corner this much faster. And it's a game of like millimeters. It's so much more fun though when you learn about it from sports like baseball, where you're like, dude, it just fucking hit the ball harder. I don't understand. Like how is mowing the grass like a quarter inch higher going to change the game? Bet you it has.
So what they'll do specifically, like if you've got a pitcher who produces a lot of ground balls, he throws a lot of off-speed stuff, a lot of breaking stuff, and he's a ground ball pitcher. His goal is to get you to hit a ground ball to one of his great infielders. They fucking get you out. He's not going to blow heat past you and have K's lined up on the board, right? A way to help him is, like Taylor said, making the infield slower, making those balls lay down, and that's by just hit it with a hose. Hit it with a hose before the game. Now it's kind of wet and soggy, and that when the ball hits that grass, instead of like ricocheting and bouncing hard like it's a tennis surface, it sogs down a little. It squishes in, slows down, easier to field, scoop up, and get that guy out. A lot less rockets going up through the middle, good little choppers going over the pitcher's head, stuff like that. You see, you probably seen where you hit the ball, it hits right in front of the batter, but it chops over everybody's head in the infield. He makes it. That ain't happening either. There's lots of ways to make things a little bit harder, and it's the long game, right? Like, probably won't matter today, but if we do it every fucking game that we play, we're gonna win an extra few games, and that might be the difference between a championship and
you're money balling it.
180
Great
games,
movie.
100 or 160 games. Like one of these, it might matter.
It might. This year, with like Braves were, it was down to the last game or two. They fucking came back and won.
Do you think that do you like, I mean, I know you guys are UFC fans, and Taylor, you're a hockey fan, maybe more applicable in hockey, but like, because UFC is they kind of do a good job of making sure we don't have this, but like, do you like the shithousery that sports has sometimes, where people are just like, you're like, that's just like, I think the Miami, Florida, the football team puts the opposing bench in the sun on the other side of the field. So it's 30 degrees hotter on their bench in the summer than it is on the Miami Dolphins side. Like, that's great shithousery. It's like not about the game, but it is.
It happened this year with the Vikings. I think I was hearing this secondhand from Mitty. Mitty was like, some kind of horse shit is happening because our bench is 108 degrees and theirs is 87. All right, they've got the heat turned on and they're blasting. They didn't know what it was. Like, I made the teams or the temperatures wrong, but it was like significant enough that fuckery was about.
I think
there's not a temperature variance in this building like that.
In hockey, I think it's the New York Islanders. So, obviously there's a goalie and a backup goalie, and in every single bench in the entire league, the backup goalie sits with the team, so that he can like be part of the team and like see what's going on, get instruction from the coach. Hey, you might have to go in a bit, bud. Like, he's sucking out there. The Islanders are the only team, and it's only on the away bench, that the backup goalie has to sit by himself in a separate box alone. And so they'll be like, there's the, Hurricanes, there's the team. And they'll be like, and there's the backup goalie, and it's just like him. He's sitting by himself, like you can see people around behind him. And it's like that's got to be horrible. Like you're sitting there by yourself, and you're like,
for both sides,
please don't let too many goals in, man. I'm not ready. I'm
wow.
No, it's just the away team. The home team.
That's what I'm talking about.
There's no regulation about that.
I think it's the Islanders. Yeah,
because I'll say this in baseball, you can't just put the bullpen in the parking lot. So
no, but you can change. You can change the field. What the fuck is the green monster? They just said build a 40-foot wall. And then the other one's like take the right like field and make it 30 feet closer. Like like baseball is. I mean, I know that's a little bit more like, hey, we got this plot of land kind of thing. But my favorite version, and since it is the World Cup, is the confederation that the U.S. plays in is so diverse that you can have teams from Honduras who are playing in like 100-degree, 90% humidity, literal like the jungle on a shitty turf, like awful grass field. And then 3 days later, they have to play up in -20 Edmonton, Canada to qualify. And it's like the most shithousery I've ever seen. But it's so funny. They're like, I've never seen snow before. It is actually colder than I've ever thought possible. You're
like from Honduras to go play, and then like, I mean, the Canadian team has to be like, yeah, this could go well. You know?
Yeah,
they don't have coats.
That's what they do for the U.S. The U.S. team. The U.S. refuses to play play soccer in L.A. or Miami. They only play in like Ohio or Minnesota or Boston because it's so far away from like an immigrant population. They know damn well if it was U.S. versus like the Philippines and L.A., the entire stadium is Filipino people. Like it doesn't matter. Like there's just we ain't got that kind of fandom yet. So
keep it away. Watching the World Cup, are you into it?
Yeah, super into it. Big fan. Watched a lot of the games.
Us too.
So America's advancing, right? It's a lock. And Argentina's advancing, right? Argentina's
advancing. They play Australia, who advanced, surprisingly. So it should be a walk in the park for Argentina.
Who's your non-American pick? And I should say favorite, not pick. Like not prediction, but
like who am I rooting for? Japan. I gotta root for Japan because they beat Spain, who is a longtime favorite, and they knocked out Germany. They beat Germany as well. And so these, Japan's been playing a lot of very interesting, fun soccer, and they've been like aggressive. I hate watching boring soccer. It's not fun. So
you don't like soccer? Wait, you said you did.
No, yeah.
All right, who's your outside of America pick? Like your
who's gonna win? Brazil probably. France is also fantastic. I mean, they have.
I don't know why I specified outside of America prediction.
Well, United States #1. We just gotta beat Netherlands and Argentina and probably France, but otherwise we're good. Yeah, no. I mean, the U.S. playing Netherlands, they have a really good chance of winning, better than they did for pretty much any other matchup. I don't think they will win, but they could, and that's
Is that their next game?
Yeah. That's
is it single elimination now?
Single elimination. That's 10 a.m. Eastern on Saturday, so I'll be up at 6. To watch that.
What if we tie? Are we out?
No, tie goes to extra time and then penalties. So I think a dream outside of the U.S. winning in regulation, a dream and more realistic way of advancing is we go the entire 90 plus 120 minutes or whatever, and then win in penalties because
anyone can win in penalties.
Anybody can win. It's the World Cup. I mean, Germany, Italy didn't even make it, and they won a World Cup. The last World Cup prior.
Italy didn't even make it?
No, they didn't make back-to-back ones, and they won the Euros, which was like essentially winning the light World Cup. So it's like, okay, Germany getting eliminated for the group stages. They won it 4 times, and they didn't even make it out. And then Belgium was the second best team according to ratings, and they didn't make it out of the group stage. So it's like, all right.
Do you think anything bad happened to any of those Iranian players?
I think the Iranian players are going to rightfully be scared because there were Iranian citizens getting shot for celebrating the fact that Iran lost. Yeah, that ain't some good stuff. Yeah.
So I remember back in the day stories of Saddam Hussein, and I don't remember which sport that he picked. A lot of times dictators will have one.
Their sport,
but I do remember something about the players being thrown into a pool of acid. For losing.
Well,
and I don't mean the kind of pool of acid where they're like instantly boiled alive. I mean like a punishment. We're gonna burn you a little. I don't buy, like, you wouldn't do that.
He's just going to magically find better soccer players out of the same country next year?
Listen,
you don't acid them to death, Taylor. You acid them
to run and they're going to
no. You can't. Listen. We're talking about a run here. We're not talking about.
They're good.
We're not talking about Qatar. All right, Qatar might actually kill every one of their players and nobody would know because I don't know any of their players and 9 of them play for the same Qatari team. They are the worst host nation in the world or ever in World Cup history. Thank God they scored a goal because they would be the worst ever in that regard. They're the first to never not win a game. It was just like they don't deserve to be on the field. However, the Iranian team, very good. The Iranian team has players that are internationally known. They are not a pushover. And I was saying they're 20th rated in the world. I've been saying for a while, like they're not bad. Yeah. They were better than Wales. Just
by comparison.
I think we are technically 16th. I think that realistically we were closer to 14 if we're playing good, but it doesn't fucking matter because it's a World Cup. Anybody's going to lose. Morocco is like 50th and they won their group.
Was it a big... I had in my head there was a big upset that we beat Iran, or was it not really?
No, we should have beaten Iran.
In my head, it was a huge victory, just knowing nothing. Just every time we beat another team in soccer, I'm like,
it's great to watch Iran lose. England beat Iran 6-2. I woke up at 5 a.m. to watch that game and went to bed at halftime because they were up 4-0. I was like, fuck.
Dude, I appreciate that kind of fandom so much. I think that's like, there was a few UFC cards ago. It was in where was it? Abu Dhabi?
Abu Dhabi, yeah.
And I was like,
same thing.
Let's set my alarm. Fights kick off at a crack of 10:30 a.m. and they don't stop until 4 in the afternoon.
See, that's way different. I don't mind that, but the games start at 2 a.m. During the group stages here. I didn't watch any 2 a.m. games, but like it is pretty rough to think to your East Coast is way better. It started at 5 a.m. I guess, and then it ends at like 5 p.m. So I'm just glad we're now moving past that. It's 7 a.m. and 7 a.m. and 11 a.m. games now for me.
Yeah, 2 a.m., 3 a.m. That's obviously doesn't work for anybody. But I honestly didn't mind starting the card off with like coffee and scrambled eggs.
Right? Yeah, that's me in football. Every Sunday is 10 a.m.
Usually I've got my my gross popcorn and I'm watching it with that. But I was like, yeah, we're going to start breakfast off with some blood and guts. And sure enough, like they do such a good job. Anybody who wants to like get into the UFC, but you think it's horse shit that you've got to pay so goddamn much for it, you're absolutely right.
Just don't pay.
The first of all, don't pay. But you can get even the free fights, the early prelims. The people on the early prelims are warriors. All right,
they got stuff to prove. Not that everybody doesn't, but
I would bet you good money that a substantial number of the people on the early prelims, if they win their fight that night, they're breaking even or losing money still on what the preparation, travel, and everything took to get them to the show and give them that shot of being the next insert name here, right? Like they're it's all or nothing for these guys. So when they go out there, they're fucking
there's no draws, there's no hugs outs.
No, they're fucking dogs. They get in there and they go. And you see some real violent, like crazy KOs because these guys don't have anything to lose. They've got everything to gain. So they're coming across that mat ready to kill. They get over there and they start throwing it right away. And
I agree with Kyle. What makes a fight interesting are the stakes and how aggressive the fighters are. Those are the things I really like. And the stakes can mean a championship belt. That means a lot to me. But the stakes can also mean this is my debut and I'm trying to make some noise here. Or shit, I've just lost 2 fights. If I lose 3, I'm about to get cut. Like those stakes can make a fight just as interesting as a title fight.
And oftentimes there's that fight where it's like, this is it. You win this one, you're in that GOAT conversation now. You win this one, you've got Usman has had one. He lost it. He was about to have the most title defenses in UFC history. Knock the fuck out. That was your moment, dude. You were about to be in the top 4 for the GOAT conveation.
Way ahead on the scorecards, too.
Way ahead on the scorecards. All you had to do was do this instead of that. That's literally it.
Yeah. I was about
Easy
to
to
like,
say sitting here.
Like I would have just gone totally defense. No, Woody, you would have done whatever your opponent wanted you to. You have no, you don't belong in there at all.
I'm imagining me in his body with his brain. Don't you understand? And my foresight.
My hindsight.
Your hindsight, yeah.
I'm quite the super being when I put myself together like that. Yeah.
About the World Cup.
Yeah.
I want, because Tucker, I know you're a soccer expert.
Mhm.
Our audience knows I've always given a fair shake to soccer. I've never come down on him too hard every time. Never.
Right. Never.
And I want to know, like, what is the explanation for flopping? Like, what is the soccer rationale for it?
Yes. Okay, as a player of the sport, as an enjoyer and competitor for a while, not for 10 years, all right? I hated it, and I still do, because it doesn't matter in basketball or literally any sport. I hate the idea of gamesmanship in the way that you're going to fall down like in an area where you shouldn't. If you get crushed and it's a foul, great. Like, that's fine. I have no problem with people intentionally fouling or whatever, but I hate the gamesmanship. And for whatever reason, it is now baked into the idea of a lot of teams culturally that is how you're supposed to play in order to gain the affection of the ref or whatever. Like, get them to say, like, hey man, if it hurts so bad, or if it did, if you actually got fouled, why didn't you go down? Because that's like a real thing. Stuff. But like, some teams do it more than others. I fucking hate it though. Specifically, African nation and South American, Central American nations are the biggest shithousery, like,
they're
fucking
floppers.
time wasters. It's so bad. And it's like Neymar, one of the most prolific and greatest players of pretty much a generation of Brazilians, is like well known for the gifs you've seen where he gets fouled and rolls 7 times. Just like, stop. But like, no excuse. I don't know. Like, I'm not going to defend that. It's frustrating. And I hate anything that takes away from people just playing the game. Yeah.
I like your explanation.
Like, why don't
enforce what? Because
look at the instant replay. And for example,
now they have instant replay. It's called VAR, but they can't. It's not really. It's to review the severity of a penalty, and oftentimes say, hey, whoa, this was a scoring opportunity and a severe penalty. Let's make sure we didn't miss something. It's not really like hey, we were way too harsh on you. Let's walk it back here. So the penalties that are causing this are not often.
So I have seen times where like my hand barely brushed your ear, and you like, act as if it was a knockout, and you're on the ground. You're trying to regain your consciousness. They could look at that video and say, you know what, Jericho, red card. So
yes, they can, technically speaking, right? The like, you get a card for embellishing a foul or like, doing that. It's hard to judge that because in real time, it is often like, hey, a bang bang thing, even if it looks like you brushed your arm against me. If we're full on sprinting and I trip up and fall, hard for me to tell the force at which you do that. If you want to go back and review all that, it breaks the flow of the game. The one good thing about soccer, it's fucking 45 minutes nonstop. No commercials, like whatever. The more times that you take away from that, the worse the game goes, because it's supposed to flow in general from start to finish. And there should be a clear like flow of like tide of momentum and stuff like that. But it's not really like football.
Don't they frequently stop the game and give those cards?
But that takes the longest amount of time that is spent is frequently when somebody is injured and they're waiting to ham it up. And then they use, that's a dual-edged thing. It's kind of, since there's no timeouts, especially in a hotter game, you maybe get a cramp or something. A lot of the time the players go down, they're like, I'm cramping. You can't tell people to stop cramping, even if they're hamming it up, How
many flops would you say there are a game?
Since if a African nation team is up by 1 goal in a knockout game of World Cup, the last 20 minutes, I've said this before, the last 20 minutes don't even get played. Like,
okay, so here's my point then. You made the argument that flopping allows the game to you made the point that if we were to stop and look at these with instant replay,
right, it would allow the game to
we'd slow this game down, and we need this flow. But you just told me that flopping is so prevalent that it stops the game. If we had an instant replay, there would be almost no flopping.
But then you become yes and no. I think that it would stop a lot of the stuff, but then you end up becoming, hey, Mr. Referee, I need you to be the judge and executioner to what potentially isn't a medical situation. It
like in the NFL.
Right. But the NFL, the NFL there's built-in breaks, right? So let's say a player goes down like, I'm hurt, right? Most of the time they're not fucking faking. I think I saw a player actually go down in the Green Bay game to like bait for time or something like that.
I've seen that, yeah.
Right. Like, that's hard to do because cameras everywhere. We have no shame in taking 40 minutes to review a call in the NFL. Like, that's not a problem. we do have a problem in
40
soccer. So,
minutes.
right, you know what I mean? But like
Yeah.
they're changing it specifically for this World Cup. They've done a good job adding the time necessary at the end of the game. We've had plus like 15 minutes at the end of a half. That's insane. But
it sounds like the worst case scenario is occasionally someone gets penalized for being dehydrated. And to me, that sounds like, all right, in the future, we need to plan ahead. Have some. Hey, Pedro, you don't get to run as many minutes. It turns out a human being needs water. So hydrate, because they're not going to let it slide.
It's kind of like, why do we still allow a man behind the plate to call balls and strikes when we can tell every time exactly when it's in there?
Here's what I want. I want him to change the rule, but not tell the umpires. I don't want.
I'd watch baseball.
Treat it like quiet quitting, where they don't tell the umps and until they figure it out on their own. They're just like. And Mark Goddard thought that that was a strike when clearly we're going to see it was a ball. We're going to mark it as a ball, but allow him to do his little silly dance and point like an look how confused he is. The runner took the base.
It's like, welcome to FanDuel.
Lap.
Everybody's betting on the ratio of percentage, like correct calls that you got, like the plus or minus for umpire Marcus.
And I would love it if there was just a safety measure. They had the laser strike zone, however you want to do it. They're fully capable of having a three-dimensional perfect strike zone as the rules lay it out to be. And they have that. And then let's grade these umps. You want the traditional game? Let's see how good the traditional ump is. And if he falls below, let's make it like high school. 70%. Uh-oh. Guess what, you old fat fuck who probably couldn't play ball in the 50s either? You're done. You're fucking done.
The refs aren't that bad, or the umpires.
They're awful. They're awful.
They're not right 95% of the time?
No. Well, first of all, there's this instance where the strike zone is different from game to game and from man to man. It is, my strike zone will be different from
it should be. No. It should be, but it should be different from person to person. But it should not
from
be
batter to batter, but not from
umpire to umpire.
If there were three umpires standing together, they should all come up with the same calls.
Because
three batters will have different batter.
I'm not a baseball guy, but the strike zone is armpits to knees, right?
Yeah, knees to but it's vague. How close to the knees? Where? Like, what if you got long knees? Like who knows? I don't even know.
No, that was on the lower bit of the knee.
All right, so I could be wrong about this, but my understanding was it was like from the bottom of the letters on the uniform, like here, to the top of the knee. And obviously, if you have a short guy, he's hard to pitch to. That's how the rules work. But there's a three-dimensional strike zone. You don't have to just go through a box.
Yeah, it's where the ball ends up. It's like if you have a breaking ball that starts high, then there's framing and
letters
stuff
on your chest. I really feel like Phillies, hire me. I'm going to redesign your uniforms and put your fucking letters on your dick. The strike zone.
Guys, he ain't got letters. Every ball is a ball.
Has there ever been in baseball, professional baseball, a redo where like the umpire did not know if it was and they redid it?
I love that.
I think prior. Okay, so yes, I can tell you.
Too close to call. Let's fire that one back.
Like 100%. When I forgot whether it was a ball or strike umpiring Major League, I made them rethrow the pitch. Yes, one time I was like, guys, anybody know? No, counts back to 3 and 1. Throw it.
Just do both.
You'll have to. I don't know how many. I've only seen it done with a check swing, but like I check my swing, I pull it back. I haven't come all the way around. The umpire behind me might say strike 3, but I can appeal to the first base umpire, and he's always watching that. He's got the good angle, right? He can see the head of the bat swinging around. I'd go to third if I was a lefty, and he can give the superior call. He can be like, no, he's safe. He didn't go around, and we're good. Like,
what do you mean go around?
He didn't move the bat. He didn't get halfway through the swing when your wrists start to turn.
His bat didn't go too far forward. You can start your swing because you need to be ready. But if you're like, oh, it's a ball and I can't hit that, that's a breaking pitch. I don't want that. You back off. You don't go all the way around. You haven't swung the bat. It's not a strike. You didn't swing at the ball. But it's hard. And sometimes guys will like go too far around and try to yank it back. And if a man's standing behind you, it's not a great angle to tell if you went too far forward with something. Mm-hmm. That guy at first base, if he's watching, and he knows.
Okay.
So you appeal to him in that instance. But
baseball seems like the most natural, like put a computer in charge of that sport ever.
someone sliding into a base or someone placing a tag is just such a big moment, right? Is this inning over or is this a blowout now? That's what it comes down to sometimes. I wish that there was a lot of replay. I don't mind replay. I don't mind it slowing games down. I want to
see the bang bang play. We already get to see if there is a if I have been able to, from my seat, tell whether it's a safe or an out without for the past 5 years, then I know damn well you can do it at home. And what's frustrating is not even I don't think you need to put sensors in the ball. I think that will change the way the ball plays, whatever, right? No, but I know for a fact we have a better way of figuring out if that ball crossed the line of, the goal line in football.
Absolutely.
You tell me there's literally no way we can get more cameras involved? Why is all of them IR?
Have you watched? You've watched baseball recently. They have a top-down, slow-mo, HD fucking IMAX camera, or James Cameron is in the sky getting that shit done. You see the ball rotating as it goes across the plate, and you're like, that's a dirty one, huh? Oh, look, a fingerprint.
Yeah.
They can tell balls and strikes, and they can do it lickety-split. Better than that old cocksucker who's collecting a check.
Yeah.
It's just for the sport, love of the game.
I hate umpires. I just want them to I just want it to be right. I don't want there to be inconsistency. Whatever
There's
right
always
is
going to be
that.
inconsistent. I mean, what would you need umpires for still if they made computers for the pitch? You'd still need it. You wouldn't need it for safe or out, right?
You got grown men out there, playing against each other in a sport. They're keeping the peace. And they're keeping the game moving, and as it goes, they're handling the timeouts,
and even baseball fights where
they're still making the calls. They're just getting corrected. I don't think they should be calling strikes and balls. They should still be back there. I think probably, if I'm being honest, doing their thing. But when they're wrong, it goes bing. Oh man, I'm looking dumb. Shit. Yeah. Imagine that if he had to stand out there and get corrected all night. That was
the umpire paddler, and then he's got to get beat. Punish him.
Yeah, he shouldn't get paid if he can't hit 70%. For real, that would be funny.
Taylor's idea is better. Paddling.
Yeah, paddling. And you have whoever the fucking mascot of the stadium is. Yeah. You have the Philly fanatic
stadium mascot paddle the umpire for getting bad
and
calls.
The Phillies fanatic is taking chase. Oh, look at Bob run. Yeah,
look at Bob.
Not so good, are they?
He's 81.
He played catcher for the Orioles all through the 80s. Blew those knees out, and the fanatic is making quick work of him.
Suddenly,
baseball would be the best
looks
sport.
Like John Cena.
Baseball would be the best sport in the world to be super into. For it to be your sport,
so
because
much data.
It is nonstop data. Yeah, good point. And content. Imagine being a big baseball fan. It's I love the Cardinals. You get to watch 160 games, and they're
all 4 hours. And they're all 4 hours. I said this. Yeah. Baseball is the perfect sport for everybody who works a job in the where most of it is staring at a parking lot. You're loving baseball season. I mean, there's just people talk. It's it's sports podcasting. Just literally halfway through, they're and the 3-2 pitch, it's a foul. Yeah. 7 minutes into this at bat, I'm gonna get a turkey dog. I've never had one before. What do you think about that, John? He's I went to Philly in '96.
Well, I'm gonna be honest, Steve. I'm drunk.
You're so right. I just realized when I think back about loving baseball, I'm thinking about those summers growing up, listening to it on the radio, all through the evening while we were working or hunting or doing something in between. Mm-hmm. And it is like that. They call the game, but they're also just I don't know about that guy. Yeah, look at that fella in the stands there. Is that a banana? Nope, it's Big Bird. He's dressed as Big Bird. Oh, and look, Marquise Grissom's going over to give him a handshake. Yeah, what a good guy. Marquise is doing some charity work down in the Dominican Republic in the off season. Oh, really? Yeah. For one-handed children, it's a terrible thing down there. The cocoa farming. Chop the hands right off. Yeah, they do.
Yeah, in fairness, they suck at getting rubber
for the 3-2 pitch.
Back to the game of baseball. Yeah, actually, the game's been going while we've been talking. We figured you wouldn't mind if we just kept it's been yeah, baseball would be the best. Football, it's almost double-edged sword with football. I don't care about the NFL, but I think the reason everybody's so fanatical about the NFL who's into it is because every single game means something. Like there's no bullshit games in football from what I can tell. There's like 16 games in a year. Everything matters. Like the end of the season, people's records are like 14-2 or like 7-7. Whereas baseball, it's like 101 and 59 or whatever.
I don't watch a lot. I think I've watched 2 games this year. But my friends are Cowboys fans, Eagle fan, and Viking fan. If I'm not incorrect, I think that's all those are all NFC teams though. Right?
Couldn't tell.
I'm almost positive they are.
List them again: Eagles, Vikings, and
Cowboys.
All the NFC,
Yeah. So like, who's coming out of the AFC this week? Because the NFC's got to be one of those.
I think the Bills are the top-rated team. I think.
Oh, so it's going to be some heartbreak. Okay, so who do the Bills lose to? Wait, here's a better question: who would it be more hurtful for the Bills to lose to this year? The Eagles, right?
Kansas City Chiefs are the best team in
for
AFC.
Philly to go to New York and like deny them again. It's got to be Philly.
I like that.
Yeah. So that's the Super Bowl. I just called it. Philadelphia Eagles beat the Buffalo Bills by a score or less.
The Buffalo Bills are 8-3, and the Kansas City Chiefs are 9-2.
That's what makes it hurt the most.
So based on those based on 9 being a higher number than 8, I'm going to predict that.
Are you
Kansas
sure
City.
9's higher than 8?
I know that 9-2 is better than 8-3 by at least one win. You can by at least one, and the percentage B- versus C+.
Do the Bills play in a stadium or outdoor?
I don't know.
I bet they're outdoors. That just makes sense.
Outdoors, excellent.
So I like them going into the winter months. You know what I mean? Like it'd be like if we were going to South America to play football and we were sending LSU, Alabama, and Georgia, and all of a sudden Michigan snuck in. You'd be like, guys, you got your Camelbacks, right?
Green Bay used to have that advantage all the time. They call it the frozen tundra where they play, and it's just brutal to play at Green Bay. They would win a lot even if they weren't the better team.
That can't be fun for the players, though.
Who fucking cares? Those prima donna millionaires. Get out there in the snow, bitch. I love bad weather games. Games. And any sport that will.
I'm glad you corrected me. You are
too
right.
Rainy. Yeah. Your driver's gonna have to really clean up the mess when you get out of the back seat tonight, aren't they, sir? You're gonna be drenched. Fuck those assholes. No, get out there in that mud and muck like every. I saw the thing the other day, and it was comparing like a girl who's like a Twitter employee's day to this oil rig worker, and he had the job where you're at the top of the pipe. And you're like muscling a pipe and pulling it out of the way, and then putting like this manticle around another that like locks it in place. And every step
I've seen
of it,
that so many times.
He's got a little bit of a belly, but I think he's prime physical fitness for what he's doing. Yeah.
What was that hockey player? What did he say? I'm chubby but effective.
He's chubby but effective. That's fuel, because I bet there's days where he doesn't get a lunch. It's right there, motherfucker. And he's shirtless, muscling this thing that weighs more than him around, and he's fucking working it, and he doesn't ever stop. It's fluid mode. He never slows or stops because the work's not stopping. And she's just like, first I like to start with a smoothie. This is when I do my my yoga, and it was just like
my
one
meditation
thing after another thing of my meditation. Yeah.
After that, I eat lunch.
No, that's how
I use a relaxation pod.
I will watch a bad weather game of a sport I don't give a fuck about. If you tell me that they're gonna have a figure skating match, but we left the heat on last night. Dude, I give me in the front row. Let me see what
I'd like to watch
shit.
curling in like a real snowstorm. Just have it calming down.
Okay, everyone.
I mean, there was
outside onto the ice. Oh, Hans, a nice coat. You leave that behind. What? My coat? Yes, Hans. You will not. None of you will need your coats today. Strip.
There's been one. There's been one bad weather outdoor hockey game like ever, and it was. I remember because me and Mitty were talking while it was happening. It was the Blues versus the Minnesota Wild. We smashed them 6-4, but it was they had to put heaters under the ice surface because it was -6 degrees. and it was too cold. The ice was too hard and cold. And so they're like, yeah, they almost had to delay the game because apparently they put a bunch of heaters under the ice so that it softens enough to skate on. It's like, that is.
Wait, I never heard of ice that's too cold. What happens?
I'm sure.
I guess it chips or something. Like it doesn't skate
you
right.
probably know this, but like the way an ice skate
you're
works,
muted, Tucker. You're not coming in.
Sorry, guys. Yeah.
Am I muted?
No,
you're not. I was muted.
I was gonna say that you guys probably know this, but the way an ice skate works is like the leading edge is melting the ice, and you are gliding on that tiny little pool of water in that divot. So if it's too cold to do that, I bet it makes it hard to.
I bet you can't turn or do shit. You just slide off, and it's like not. Yeah, you can't turn. It's the same. You can kind of understand it, like if you've ever skied or snowboard, and it's super icy out or really cold, and it's just like way harder to turn, way less fun to turn. You're not able to carve. You're just like, Dude,
the players were miserable. Like they'd like pan to the bench, and they're hockey players, so they all have beards, and they're just frozen. Like they're like Jack Nicholson at the end of The Shining, just absolutely frozen. They get off the ice after being a professional athlete and then like sit in front of a space heater. Horrible.
Can I talk about this thing? Can we talk about this thing I linked over here? So there's two things. One is a video of Kanye that obviously we can't play, but if you haven't seen it, he holds up something. I can't tell. It's a little Twitter video or whatever. He holds up like an object, and he argues with it like it is the Jewish people.
A little Clint Eastwood action, huh?
Yes, and the object is like, I'm gonna take your family away and all your money and your career, and I'm gonna make everybody hate you, and then you're gonna have to go on Alex Jones and wear a mask. it's like all this crazy shit he's saying, and then he's like arguing with whatever that silly object he's holding is. And then the second link there is just a really fun picture, and we can show that one, I guess.
So what's your takeaway on this guy? What are you reading into this?
This guy's all right. So I'll read it for those.
What am I missing here?
It says, my son, Christian blank, got his graduation pictures after graduating from the South Texas 2 Minutemen, Second Minutemen Militia Training School. I'm going to read it that way. Congrats, Christian. Proud mama. Hashtag we are patriots. So what this is, he quote unquote graduated from a made up thing, the second Texas he went to like a militia, like some good old boys somewhere who have rifles and they train and they have a chain of command, if you will.
He has scammed.
No,
yeah, like
no, they're real.
Bucks.
Yeah,
they're real, but like it's like getting like an ITT tech degree. It's like, well,
what? Do you want to join the Taylor militia? It's a real group. It'll be $2,000. Like,
yeah, I can't tell if what that is in his vest.
I'm dying with
I
the
can
double
see.
exposure.
I zoomed in, and Zach's right. They're shotgun shells.
Give me some more. Give me some more. Some more zoom.
Give me some more. Enhance.
Do you see the? I don't know what the buck.
I'm like 99% sure that the brass.
No, look at the silver part under the magazine.
Under the
shotgun shells.
For sure.
You tell me he can't shoot shotgun shells out of that.
Not safely.
You guys can't, but he's been trained by the second militia. So.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
I wonder what the difference is. What those two red ones are versus the white ones. Like, is that his buckshot? And he got some slugs over there.
He's got some slugs in the red. They're like slugs in the red one. He's got the P20 whatever's, and then
I put my flare. I'm a little different. I put my flares on the left side.
Yeah.
You know, he's probably trained by the new school though, because I've been out of the game for a little while. I noticed if you look in the background, he's also got a nifty tomahawk for those close encounters.
It's a tactical hatchet, and it's appropriate.
And immigrants.
That guy's. How would he? I wish we had an actual soldier, because it's my impression this guy would be terrible as a soldier. I think fighting in a war actually involves lots of marching, lots of like hauling shit in the heat and the cold, traveling distances with weight.
This guy couldn't pass the fitness test for the Army. I bet the people who know would back me up on this. This guy can't pass the military's like physical test, any of the military's physical tests for like a man who's getting in there. He looks like he's like early mid 30s, and he's just like 50, 60, 70 pounds overweight at least. He's
charitable.
Sorry, I looked to the right because up until now I hadn't looked at his girth. This is a morbidly obese Shrek-looking motherfucker who couldn't pull off a mag change in a pinch if his life depended on it, which it would. And I just, this is embarrassing.
Maybe a mag change, but certainly not a 5-mile march.
No, or like from the outside looking in, a big part of what the military is about is like getting rid of like the decision-making process and learning what the program is.
So you have to be 18.
So that when this happens, you do that. So that you stop thinking and start reacting based on your training, I guess. But this guy's not a soldier, so even comparing him to anything like that's goofball, right? He's wearing a cowboy hat.
That's how you know he's fucking serious. He's part of the militia. Like,
I would bet you $5,000 that man does not have all of his hair.
What do you think the mouth
not touching that bet.
How about this? What do you think that smile is looking like?
Oh,
you think this is I'm serious about being a militia, a Minuteman, or I spent my dental money on.
Do you think
guns.
his mother drank during pregnancy? That proud mama, because his eyes are close together and his eyelids look a little funky, and he's got a mustache, so I can't tell. But I'm worried he doesn't have one of these. This frenulum thing.
That sounds like the most rare
insult.
Is the tip of your penis here on the bottom? Yeah, I mix them up all the time. They're made of the same thing, and they're shaped similarly. You see,
they do have a lot in common. I stand.
He definitely has a philtrum. You can see it.
Yeah, I see it too. I don't think that he's a fetal alcohol.
And having a small head is a sign of FAS. This guy,
he's in the clear.
He's in the winning column.
That is a 12.5 gallon hat at least. That motherfucker is a jughead.
What do you think makes him so fat? Do you think he
probably
hydrates with
corn
syrup? Beer. It's beer.
Corn syrup seems to be the likely cause.
It's fried food and beer.
Yeah, fried food. I bet fried food is the bulk of this. Fried fish, fried chicken.
Oh, beer's so easy to lay it on. If he drinks a 12-pack,
you're probably right.
And he does.
A 12-pack a day?
All right, we've ridiculed him enough. I'm done.
I'm just warming up.
I really I want to get my photo taken like that. It was very kind of like Better Call Saul-y, like the flag behind you, and then a juxtaposed version of you, like looking
and he's
svelte by his standards.
Flexing with a very lame.
I think we've come up with an idea to replace this dated fucking Call of Duty thing.
Yeah,
just me in front of me.
We should all. I mean, if you can just get photos of yourself in military attire, we should all do it. We should all get a photo shoot, except like this guy didn't go far enough. He's saying he's in the fucking, mountain militia.
Wait,
I'm going to say I'm in the
again?
Marines.
I'm going to look it up. I want to see what their program is.
Yeah, what was the program?
South Texas.
It is the South Texas 2-Minuteman Militia Training School. I'm taking it as the second Minuteman Militia Training School, South Texas.
All right, so I think I might be on a list because I get something from 2005. Groups in Texas and California imitate nativist extremist Minuteman anti-immigration project.
So this is so long ago. There's no way this guy was a part of this group in 2005. He's not.
No.
The militia movement. U.S. militia. Oh, God, I was hoping it'd be funny and they'd have something where it's like, you must be a true patriot. You must have your own guns. You must bring snacks every other week.
Every other week. Did you not see his picture?
Well, you trade up. Yeah, you're right. You must bring snacks every day.
I want them to replace those shotgun shells with Snickers minis.
Yeah, we have an interesting membership program. It's mostly Haribos. No money, just Haribo.
Sugar-free kind.
Those are the kind that are supposed to like make you poop. Yeah. I've never had them. I don't think I would eat a sugar-free gummy bear. If I'm gonna have a gummy bear, there's nothing in a gummy bear but sugar. Yeah. Right? Like you're not.
It's just gelatin and sugar.
Man, watching these, we talked about that clip of like Roughnecks working. I just looked back over to that tab. Like when you guys watch this, for me, what I imagine is like myself in that scenario and having like both of my arms torn off by the torque in like those spinning things. Oh. Like when you guys watch that, are you like, yeah, I could do that? Like I watch them and it's like an elaborate dance where one misstep is like, oh, that pipe, that looks like kind of a normal pipe. Well, it's coming 15 miles an hour at the back of your head and it's made of tungsten, like it'll kill you.
I think, am I a liberal pansy? Because I feel like there's OSHA requirements that need to protect people.
Yeah.
The hands and arms must get ripped off all the time. Now, I've seen in Reddit comments, the most reliable source on the internet, that that's not how they do it anymore. That now there are machines and it's not just a human wrestling 3-ton pipes.
Well, then these guys are getting
that's
fucked.
not as fun.
Yeah.
Well, it's weird. Like safety versus productivity, they're natural enemies, right? Like that guy's getting shit done in a hurry. I bet the machines that do it are more expensive and slower.
Yeah, it's like with any of these like wild out there jobs. Have you watched those videos of people climbing those antenna towers?
Yeah, those are insane, and it's like
it
20 or
stresses you
30
out.
grand because they're climbing a mile up vertically with 2 leads, and it's not a question of like. It's the same with the people that have to service the windmills. Like, I know there was that famous photo that went around like probably a decade ago. It's like, because when you're up there, you die if something goes wrong. And like the turbine caught fire.
Did you say it was 20 or 30 grand for what?
To climb up to the top of those 1.5 mile long cell towers and change the blinking light at the top.
I would do that tomorrow for 30 grand.
But okay, but I'm thinking you only need to do it once every 3 years. You know, it's like one of those things where it's the same with the people that are on the power lines walking, like clearing snow off them or something like that. It's like, yeah, I'm sure you would, but like they're not getting paid for fuck all. They're getting paid.
Yeah, we're
for
gonna send the guy up instead, Woody. But thanks.
like we were talking about the OSHA thing, like you can watch those videos of the guys climbing and like the regulations are like every, you hook in and then you go up and then you unhook and you rehook and you go up and it's like, and the people who actually do it, you watch the videos, they're not hooking on to shit. They're just climbing, having a sandwich, pissing.
Like, I'm going to die if I get this wrong. I might as well die quickly and very fluidly.
It seems like they should be able to do that, right? Like, you picture this: a ladder. Next to the ladder, there's a pipe. You hook on that pipe, and every like 20 feet, there's a stopper. So just every 20 feet, you just switch your hook. Like you could,
because I think that falling 20 feet, regardless on that pipe, that's not going to be you are the guy maintaining that pipe, Woody. They're not sending another guy up there to be like, well, we changed the light, but go up there, make sure the pipe is tight up there.
No. This is welded together, much like the ladder is. Right. This is a ladder with a safety device that you hook on, and you can never fall more than 20 feet. On average, you'll fall 10.
Can I just interject that I bet a pipe capable of, handling this sort of thing, a mile long into the sky adds to like the weight, maybe even like, oh, now we got to use the 17 gauge cables, those, that like 4 miles worth of cable that stretches everywhere. Now it's got to be a bigger gauge. I bet keeping those things light and it is a big deal.
You're right. I bet you're literally, they come in there and they put a paper down. They're like, do you see the cost benefit analysis of keeping you alive if anything goes wrong? Make sure nothing goes wrong. Like,
hey, could you put a pipe here so I have to clamp so much?
Yeah. Nope. We will just pay your spouse $35,000 more. So,
but we're gonna put it also at the top of the spire. She's gonna have to go and compete for it.
That's how
you signed the paperwork.
There's a new scary movie that's about this. It's about 2 girls.
Yeah,
who,
I saw this.
Yeah, they climb up together and then like the ladder breaks and they end up like dangling.
It's one of those movies that was made with we have a premise. How do we make money off of it? Because it's like,
and a green screen. Don't forget the green screen.
Did you? I can't remember.
I wonder.
It's pretty
tower
recent.
Or something.
Nobody does
the one
it with
that's
a base
like
rig, but it seems like a base jumping rig would add a lot to safety. Am I crazy?
I would have one.
I think that the problem, right, isn't with base jumping that you need to have distance enough to not to fall, but specifically away from shit, right? So let's say you lose grip and you fall.
Who cares?
Yeah, you're dead anyways.
The alternative was splat.
Yeah, you're right. I guess it doesn't matter if you're not right side up.
You
like
fall from something, like you're falling long enough to like have regrets, like breathe in again.
Yeah,
I should have went back to school.
There'd be a danger zone, right? With a base rig, like
1 mile.
The first 200 feet is death, and then once you get to 400, you're almost back in the safety zone. Now you're jumpable, and if you feel yourself falling, just push off.
It'll take 18 seconds to fall a mile. 18 seconds to fall a mile. Like, yo, that's a YouTube short. Hey guys, I'm falling to my death. I got about 3 more seconds.
18 seconds. Remember to like and subscribe.
18 seconds to hit terminal velocity from start. This is according to Quora.
Well, that's
so they did a good
idea. The terminal velocity is around 150 miles per hour.
Assuming initial velocity is 0 and the acceleration of gravity is 32 feet a second, not taking in wind resistance into account, whatever, then it's 18.2
No,
seconds.
You guys,
so even longer
the numbers
with wind
check
resistance.
Yeah, that's so I've fallen lots of times, but I have
controlled
some
falling.
element of wing. No, but I have like some element of wing that's halfway flying, and it's way longer than 18 seconds. Like that time I almost died.
That's a mile, supposedly. Like I don't know how high up those towers go. Like the ones I watch on YouTube, they're I'm guessing like 1,200 feet. Something like that for the tall ones.
There's some real big
ones. Tower.
Like how many feet is a mile? Like 5,400 or something.
5,400, and the cell tower it is a cell tower, right? I had one of those in the back of my like elementary school, and that. Like it's hard to even put a number to how tall it is, right? Like I can't just tell you it was 5,400 feet tall.
Like I just want to know, like pick a cell tower.
Well, I said how tall is a cell tower, and it says 400 feet, and that's not right.
Okay. The Kiev TV tower is 1,263 feet, so that's almost.
That's not a mile.
But
no.
Yeah, there are no mile tall.
No, it's like that's like a quarter mile, almost a quarter mile, right?
There are no mile tall towers.
Yeah, I'm not saying that there is. I'm just saying that there's I'm saying that like in my head it's super tall, but like that's why when you said a base rig jump or whatever, it's like you probably don't even have enough time to get the thing unfurled before you hit the ground.
Oh, you do. That's what they're for. They jump off bridges and shit with them, you know?
I guess you're right.
They jump off towers all the time. Yeah. Actually, the A in base stands for antenna.
One day every 6 months.
Does it?
I'm pretty sure.
I didn't know that. So base jumping is an acronym?
Yeah.
Cool. Didn't know that. I like to know all the acronyms.
What does it mean? Know. Base?
Barely alive, surely.
It'd be funnier if the word jumping was the one that was the acronym. Base. I don't know. I would never do base jumping. That's the one that even the risk takers out there like Woody are like, hard pass, risk reward profile, kind of shit. No thank you.
Building antenna span earth. Base jumping. Span is bridge, I guess.
Right. I thought it was because you jumped off of like flat surfaces. I don't know what I thought it was. I'm
gonna keep working on it, but it's a good start.
Building antenna span. What was the E? And
entertainment.
Shit, I forgot it already.
Energy. What are the 4 ancestral tenets of
building antenna span Earth? That must mean Cliff.
You don't plan to do any base jumping, do you, Woody? Like
no,
I think that's one of the things out.
Friends that do it, and there's just no second chances. I think I've told you this before. Like I do acrobatic paragliding, and I have a wing that maybe I can get to work again if I fuck it up, and 2 reserve parachutes. I have had accidents where I used both reserve parachutes, right? So that was close call. In base jumping, they have 0 reserve parachutes. They have so little altitude that if the first one doesn't work, there's no second chances. It just has to work. And it's the deployment too. Like that shit can really fuck up. When you get base jump training, half of it is like how to fold your parachute really well.
How to reconcile your life.
Yeah, I guess there's not a lot of training to it. There's like, first of all, guys, you gotta jump. All right. And after that, like this is so key. Everyone pay attention. Mike, put the joint down. You gotta pull your chute, guys.
You don't pull it.
Every single day, someone here doesn't pull.
Every single instance that something goes wrong, they're not pulling their chute. We promise. It's just they're forgetting.
It's hemorrhaging money, no return business. It's not barely a base jump with the pile down there now.
You're not getting your deposit back on that chute.
Yeah, my friend's friend died recently of base jumping, and
well, now it's not funny.
No, the guy was really experienced too. He was in skydiving. He was a tandem guy, and that says 2 things to you. One, he's really well trained. If you're taking people on tandem jumps, then you do it a lot. 2, it says he gets a lot of jumps, right? Tandem guys can jump like 12, 15 times a day or whatever. And you ask your tandem guy how much he's done it. They always have like 7,000, 12,000 jumps. and he still died. And it's like that's
Equipment?
just well, he died base jumping. And
No, like equipment malfunction. Like
I don't know the specifics of it.
Oh.
Oh, I do. Oh no, I'm not gonna make a joke.
But I don't know, it just super sucks and people die. Like just healthy people who were alive one day are dead the next, who were fun, and that's space jumping.
Yeah, that one seems real scary. It seems like less of the fun part. And when I imagine jumping out of something with a parachute, it's the free fall that seems fun to me. It's that moment in the Power Rangers movie when they're all wearing the ski like equipment and they're like twirling around in the air as they free fall. I was like, oh, that looks so fun. It looks like they're floating, like there's zero G, and it feels like that too to them. So like that seems fun. So extending that out as much as possible by going higher seems to me like how you make that more extreme. Not making the ride shorter or being able to do it at a moment's notice. It's like, when I want to jump, I just fucking jump. Like, yeah, I get real high in the air on an airplane, so nothing can go wrong.
Yeah, like, you're in the majority. Most people find the fall to be the most fun part. Yeah. I like it after the canopy goes up. It's really noisy. Skydive. Have you jumped out of an airplane before?
No.
It's super noisy. Like, so you're just, I guess it'd be like a motorcycle without a helmet. Like you're just going 100 miles an hour or something through. Yeah. And once you pull the chute, all of a sudden, like there's a little piece, you're steering, you're under control. That I thought that was more fun, but most people agree with you.
No, I could see liking both of them. I would think there'd be a lot of thrill and a lot of like wonder to the fall. And then initially there would be a really happy moment where, whew, it opened up and we're good. Now I can enjoy the rest.
I thought it was going to hurt more. Like I've thrown a couple reserve parachutes for either practice or emergency. That's what we call a combat throw. And a reserve parachute is designed to really quickly start doing parachute shit, right? It catches air really well and it quickly expands and stops you because you might be at low altitude when you throw it and you don't want to fuck around. A parachute, the kind you might skydive with, they open slowly. They start in a little bird's nest and sort of come out, and there's a slider that comes up and helps them hold their form. And what that means is that the yank when you first like decelerate isn't so bad. I thought it was going to be like a reserve parachute from terminal velocity, which is like I was like a little scared of the initial jerk, but it's not bad.
Yeah, that stuff Richard did with the halo jumping. That has its own like scary things. He went hypoxic.
Halo jumping means from really high.
High altitude,
45,000 feet to 55 is like the number that's in my head. But,
good gosh. Okay.
I think I'm
5-minute free fall.
I
get bored halfway through. I'm sorry.
But you wear,
get on your phone.
You wear oxygen. And I remember a really funny story. You know how Tom Cruise likes to do his own stunts, right? He was filming the Mission Impossible that has Henry Cavill in it. It's notoriously the one where Henry Cavill has the mustache and had to be CGI'd out for the Superman film. He is the bad guy in that movie, but not right away. Spoiler alert. And there's a scene where the two of them jump out of a airplane together, a halo jump. And Tom Cruise shows up, halo jump ready. He's been training for months or whatever. And Henry Cavill's like, what the fuck? You're going to jump with the stunt man who's my height and has bad hair? Like, whatever it takes, Tom. I want to jump out of this plane. And Henry Cavill's like, look, here's the thing. We could do that. We can do it. We can put you in that suit. We can put a helmet on you. We can throw you out of that plane. But somebody probably dying. It'd be somebody that works for us. Somebody would die trying to save you. Somebody would die trying to save you. And whoever tried to save them would probably die too. And maybe me. People would die trying to save you, Henry. If anything went wrong, that's how things would go. And Henry was like, all right, well, maybe stuntman then. That's how he sounds.
Paint some figurines then.
Yeah, because it's like so dangerous if you got hypoxic up there and you can't. Now there should be a mechanism that pops your chute at the correct altitude, but I'm sure that they don't like relying on that for your life. And he had to do stunt work while he was up there. I think it wasn't just a simple jump. I think there's twirling and whirling and fighting.
But Tom Cruise did it. They let him do
Goddamn right. Tom Cruise does all of his own stunts.
He seems like a fun entertainer.
He sounds like a real stand-up guy. I'd go to church with him.
Every time Tom Cruise comes up, I like to state this. Tom Cruise is a fucking weird little fucking man, okay? He's creepy. I bet he knows some dark shit, some criminal shit about torture, murder, rape, and like human slavery in the first
well,
world.
he is in Hollywood, yeah.
He's a Scientologist, and like that guy's wife is still missing. Okay, the guy who runs Scientology, no one knows where she's been at, and no one will tell you. They throw the police reports away. Okay, Tom Cruise knows where that lady went, but he's an amazing actor, and he does all of his own fucking stunts. He jumps across buildings. That was him on the side of the. I'm getting the name weird. The Burj Khalifa.
Burj Khalifa.
Yeah, the Burj Khalifa.
So he's on the side of the world's real tallest building, goofing around out there, like doing it for real. He's dangling out the side of that C-17 or whatever it was for real. I mean, he's strapped up. He's not just hanging on by his hand, but he's strapped out there. His next movie's in outer fucking space. I don't mean it's about outer fucking space. I said Tom Cruise's next movie is in outer fucking space because he's gonna go to space to film it.
Real space?
He's going to real space.
Is James Cameron do that? Like,
no,
that's
like,
a super expensive movie.
Yeah,
he is going to real fucking space to make a space movie.
Is Tom Cruise going to space?
Is it
for
like
his upcoming 2024 project? Tom Cruise will be going to the ISS and set to not only be the first to film a movie in outer space, but the first civ to ever spacewalk outside the station.
That is sick.
And they don't. Whoa. All right. They may be overstepping there. They may be overstepping the spacewalk thing.
That's so
he wants to spacewalk. They're not going to let him.
Let him do it. Come on, he's already up there.
Tom Cruise. It's American royalty.
They're not going to.
Yeah, he literally can't. Like, we have to let this 70-year-old walk in space.
Although, hang on. So he last I heard, like Elon Musk is like, yeah, totally, we'll work that out. And so
he runs the ISS.
He runs the fucking. He runs SpaceX.
Right? Yeah.
But they don't have the ISS. I thought he said ISS. Am I wrong?
Yeah. But
you don't have to own a house. If you have a car, you can still drive up to the parking lot and
to do a spacewalk. He doesn't need the ISS. He could just pop out of the dragon thing or right.
He said he was going to be on the ISS. I assume they were going to use his facilities and tethers
it is unclear whether he'll stroll around outside the station or if he'll actually enter. But but they're saying that, like, listen, we're putting him up in that general area. But you can't do any launch without the government approval. So regardless, they will know he's not going to just show up outside the ISS. That's crazy.
Well, this is awkward. Yes.
Look, they'll fully let Tom Cruise go to the ISS because they will. Like what we're talking about is the spacewalk, though. Like that's the scary, dangerous thing that they don't let like celebrities go up and do is a spacewalk. There's only like a handful of people.
No, he wouldn't do a real one.
Because if you drift off, you die.
He'd be tethered up. Like it would.
No. A spacewalk is leaving the fucking craft in your suit. That is a spacewalk. It doesn't matter if he's tethered or not. Going out there is bonkers. Going out there without
him. He wouldn't be by himself. There'd be like a real
doesn't
astronaut.
matter. Going into the environment. It doesn't matter if we're hugging him while he does it.
Yeah, you're going into a non.
There was a Russian who had condensation in his suit because it was humid out, right? You might think, it's just a little condensation from humidity. Well, it's settled in the bottom of his suit. You go into 0G. He goes on the spacewalk. It all comes up to his face, flows into his ear cavities. Now he's completely discombobulated. It gels over his eyeballs and starts suffocating him because it's 0G water stuck to his face. And he can't touch his face because it's in a helmet. He was blind, deaf, and discombobulated. He got back in by touch. Like
you're
blowing the water out of his hand the whole way.
Hey, Tom, you got to stay on Earth. All right, bud.
All right, touche. I didn't know that happened in space.
Like imagine like the scariest kind of deep sea diving. That's what we're talking about, right? Like it's something that only a handful of people have ever done for a reason.
Space is less scary.
And when you look at like an astronaut's pedigree, right? Remember that Asian fellow that we're always just like fucking saluting here? He's like ex-Navy SEAL, astronaut, doctor. Might be an engineer too. He added something else recently that was noteworthy. He got like a black belt or something.
He's got too much talent.
Yeah, it's just ridiculous. Like you got to be that kind of motherfucker to for them to fly you up there in that rocket and then let you walk around on their dime.
So then what would it be?
When people die, the whole program like loses money. Like they don't want more people to go up there.
Imagine Tom Cruise dies and
ruins the space program. It's the sort.
No,
you think it would?
It just makes it more legit.
When people die,
make the movie look real.
If you look at like the times when the space program slid to a halt, every time something blows up, it's like, or somebody dies, it's like, okay, got to rewrite the books and like touch every knob and trinket on this thing. It's
bullshit. I think that statistically less people have died going to space than anything else on this planet, you know?
That
I
can't
think so.
Not per capita.
Yeah,
no,
pish posh.
100%. Listen, how many people have died by shark? Hundreds? How many people have died in space? Not
how many?
hundreds.
No. Here's the thing, though.
It depends if you
How
count.
many
Some of them
people-
almost made
How
it
many
to
people
space.
have gone into the ocean is on our left hand, and
There
how
you
many
go.
people have died from sharks is on our right? How many people have gone into space is now on our left hand, and how many astronauts have fucking died is on our right?
I don't know,
You
Kyle. It's
see
probably
the-
pretty
Whoa.
similar.
There is so much more space than there are sharks in the ocean. I don't think that's fair.
Fucking with him.
I
1,000%.
I will
I
persist.
don't know, I think it's about the same, man. I think you're gonna go to the comment section and they're gonna confirm that I'm right. It's about the same.
They will not.
No, they will.
No, I think
Would
we'll
you-
have a really smart guy down there.
Yeah,
So-
yeah. If you leave a comment saying Kyle's wrong, you're probably pretty smart.
You're probably right. You're probably a smart guy.
Yeah. You want to make sure you like leave lots of comments that say that Taylor is wrong and that I'm right, because would you go to space, Taylor, if you were given like a ticket up there to would you get in that rocket, get strapped in?
It'd be really scary, but it's one of those things where it's like, this is something like no one ever gets to do. So I think I'd buck up my buttercup
be so
ass
scared.
and I'd get in there. I'd be so scared.
It's so
Actually,
scary.
I would need to go not just with experts. I would need like a friend
tell you
of mine also to be
Let me
there
tell you what
so
I'm
that
afraid
I
of.
can so that we could like bounce off each other. Like, all right, he's not freaking out. I'm not going to freak out either.
I bet we're afraid of different things. I am
Yeah.
not afraid of blowing up on the launch pad. I'm not afraid of the vehicle exploding on reentry or anything catastrophic. I am so afraid, and so much so that I'm getting a little claustrophobic now thinking about being in that tin can and it goes off course and the boosters or the rockets or whatever we use to like, oh yeah, correct, go back the other way. For whatever reason, they go haywire and we start spinning now, twirling off out of like into space or like
You just
into a
see
weird
Earth
funky orbit. They can't
disappearing?
be- or like, you know, you're just you're going off on a bad trajectory. If you get slung away, like it would be, you would have so much time to just know that you are 100% dead. There are very few times here on Earth where you could be in a spot where you are dead and no one can change it. It'd be like, well, if the Navy really wanted to come here and get me, they could. They'd send their best submersible and they would they'd fly it here in a jet. Okay, you know, you're right. They would do that. But you're in space. You're in the best thing that they had. You're it.
Yeah, there's no catching up to you. It's over.
You're flying faster right now than any man ever has, away from the rest of humanity.
You better hope that radio signal starts going. I'm hitting that. I'm like, all right, guys, you've got 18 and a half minutes of the best podcast I can put up with before I break down.
It's just sobs. It's just sobs and moans.
No.
Watch a few YouTube shorts.
I convinced myself, like, I've watched a couple videos. I'm not convinced. I think if I take my helmet off and I jump out, it explodes. I'm a scientist. I'm not sure. Is that what happens? Like, how do I do this best?
No.
You just open the door and
Yeah.
you just get sucked out or maybe crushed. Something bad.
Something
sucked out.
bad.
You're not going to be okay. Like it'll end it.
Yeah, you don't get
that is
sucked out.
scary.
I think your blood kind of boils because of the zero pressure, and you know there's gases infused in it that are only gaseous at the pressures that
The
we're
pressure, atmosphere
continuously
pressure, yeah.
under.
Yeah, I think you just boil from the inside and die. Like your eyes explode. It's just awful.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think. Maybe I would just asphyxiate. I think that'd be the better one, you know, because
That's the other thing.
like,
your lungs explode.
yeah, no, oxygen level low, and I'm like, sweet God, it's just like turning the car on and sitting in there. I'll just go to sleep. I think I'll choose
I'm
that
in
one.
space and I'm flying away from civilization faster than any man has ever traveled. Yet my radio still works for something. I think I'm gonna say Kanye's onto something. I like Hitler.
Yeah.
Oh my God. just leave that one.
thank your
Everybody's like,
Levitt,
why
like
would he say that? Why?
And
it's the perfect
official.
plan because then they're like,
NASA
the
lost
ADL
radio.
is forming a shuttle to retrieve this anti-Semite and bring him to justice.
That's not what happened. NASA lost contact with Mr. Woodworth earlier this afternoon before he was able to make his last broadcast.
Eulogizing me, making me some sort of hero on my way out that I dropped that bomb.
Let's listen
the
to
US,
this poor
NASA
AI generated second version of like his message. Wow, this is not that great. Tell my family I love them.
Vote Donald Trump 2028. He's going to run again in 28 when after he wins this time.
No, he'll be in his 80s.
Nah, Trump wins in 24. Kanye wins in 28.
Kanye would be a very young president.
I see him more of as a chancellor.
So you're saying 28 and 32?
Well, I'm going to have to explore more of his policies.
Sort of a Fuhrer Maximus type scenario.
I'm going to figure out what this guy's really all about. That's a funny person to be right now. Like, I don't know. I don't know. I want to know what you believe.
like the person completely oblivious to who Kanye West has become. Like, that graduation album, really good. What's he been up to since then?
Yeah, somebody sees him on the street and like they haven't caught up in like a decade, and they're like, "I said she a gold digger," and they just go. And he just he looks back at him in a tear.
I saw this like wildly viral tweet with like 15,000 like hundreds of thousands of likes. It was the guy being like, "Damn, Kanye does something like this 50,000 more times, we're gonna have a problem." It's just someone who clearly loves his music.
What's gonna happen to Kanye? Like 6 months from
what
now,
is going to happen to Kanye?
Is he deplatformed and we just don't hear about him anymore?
Yes, he just tweeted
he'll get deplatformed.
Literal. I don't know if Elon will deplatform him. Old Twitter would have, yes. Maybe Instagram, but he tweeted a photo of the Star of David combined with a swastika. All right, and
what does that mean?
I don't know. He tweeted like 2 hours ago.
What it means. You know what it means.
Yeah, you sound like a Jerry. A Rick would understand.
He's trying.
What does that mean?
I'm going to tell you who the real Nazis are. That's what it is.
Yes, because he sees himself as the real Jew.
That's right.
Is that right?
It's hard.
He said that.
You deplatform Milo, and suddenly you don't hear about Milo anymore. But Kanye's big.
You deplatform Alex, and you didn't hear about him. You deplatform Trump. Yes, you deplatform Trump, at least from a general perspective. I heard about him far less. I just did because it's not constantly being retweeted for satire or otherwise, and people not making secondary jokes on it and stuff. So I'm not saying that it means anything valuable. You might argue that it's not effective, but at the very least, like from my perspective, yeah, if you remove them from the social media sites I'm on, I see a lot less of them. So
Trump's a tough example because he also stopped being president of the United States. So that's going to make him less relevant and less repeated also. Shit. Man, has anyone at Kanye's level been deplatformed?
Oh my God. The clues
Trump's bigger than Kanye and he got deplatformed. That's the only person bigger than Kanye I can think of.
So that's a different time though. That was us at our most woke as a society. I think we're trending a little bit back the other way, at least in practice.
I think so.
And no, I think that he's going to have to go the sort of Louis C.K. monetization route. I think he will still be very successful.
Kanye?
He's going to have a hard time. I think he's going to be doing like festivals.
No. This is like I mean, this seems like the most well uniformed like response to his. Like Kanye's been off the end for a while now, and there's been a lot of people who have solidly put him in the Chris Brown area where they're like, I'll still listen to his music, but like, God, I won't say it out loud, right? He is very much firmly in the like, oh, we can't touch him with a 100-foot pole. Like you cannot, it doesn't matter if you can monetize the group of people that are happy about you saying you agree with Hitler. It is not in any way, shape, or form the same value of losing the Adidas sponsorship that he had or the whatever. Like it's not saying that he can't make money off of it, but it's like if money or monetization was ever a factor in this, he just would have not said any of this.
Oh, sure. But going forward, the man's going to continue to be a recording artist, I would assume. And I don't know if there is a record label out there. He's going to have to
I will not say it. I would not say that. But like,
you'll carry him, right, Jericho?
Yeah, no, I think I got to steer clear of that one. I don't know.
Honestly, though, Kanye
he can put out music and people will listen. Yes,
of course.
What if he goes, here you go, Jericho. This is my next album. It's called White Skinhead Part 2. And here you go.
Part 2.
But yeah,
Part
I'm
Jew.
gonna be like, Kanye, I'm offended by your French and I cannot handle this.
No, that's what it would. It would be part Jew.
Part Jew.
So much better. Yeah.
So you wouldn't sign Kanye for real, Jericho?
I want him to make a rap where he says something about au jus and a roast beef sandwich, but
I
keep
would
the fork
love
off of it.
How about I would love to see a rap because he's like really into the Bible and everything now, and it's a music video, and he's like Moses.
Oh,
that would be so funny.
He's got the
he's
this
already
one.
done
That idea is
Jesus.
free.
How much better? Like how much more?
Moses. Yeah.
Moses.
The thing about that Kyle's theory of going the Louis C.K. route, I'm not sure he has the infrastructure support. Like Patreon's not going to pick him up. He's been debanked.
He doesn't need
PayPal won't. You do have to process credit cards.
Thing
you need a CC processor. Okay,
wait,
now
he
that's
got
true.
debanked. What does that mean? So he has
that was his private like the bank he used. They were like, we don't want your accounts anymore.
It was J.P. Morgan, I think.
Yeah, it was J.P. Morgan.
Oh,
big major bank.
It's gonna be really hard to go anti-Semitic and then keep like, keep your.
Why is that?
What?
What do you mean?
Oh no!
Paspinka. You got it.
I was
like,
the third one.
You've been
coaxed
into a snap.
I invited you into the
No, I don't understand because like it seems like look, he just sells his music on his website.
He doesn't. He stands for infinitely more than music, and he has for so long.
Kyle's
Not
trying
anymore.
to make his
That's
point
done.
about the new business model.
Sorry.
I think
That's
Kyle's saying the Louis C.K. route is open. He sells directly to the individual. What's up? And I'm like, you need a bank for that. You need a credit card.
I don't understand why that's an issue. Like why wouldn't a bank want money?
Wait, I don't understand the credit card processing.
Money,
Did Visa and MasterCard say we're not going to take payment from you? Because that's way different than saying like, I don't think he's going to get picked up as a title sponsor of Visa and MasterCard.
So to answer your question, not yet. But his JP Morgan's already dropped him, and he had to find a new bank. I don't know if a new bank picked him up.
Banks in the world.
Yeah, and I guess I just heard he got debanked, and I'm like, I assume Wells Fargo doesn't want it.
Apple Pay wouldn't work. He was like, my Apple Pay wouldn't work for 4 hours. And it's like, well,
I just find it harder to believe
out of the bank.
You're not going to debank an individual when you're not going to are you going to disconnect him from Swift? If he's gonna have some way to process payments, but again, regardless of any of that, I still don't think that's the point of any of this. I sincerely have no idea what the fuck the point is because you're just he literally is lighting billions of dollars in every relationship he's ever had, family and otherwise, on fire. I don't really know what the
I said it before you got here, but my theory outside of mental illness, because here's the thing:
is there one outside of a mental illness?
Yes,
I feel like it's pretty.
He's clearly unwell.
I have one outside of mental illness and I say that because like if he truly wanted to let's just say he wanted to educate people about how those people are taking over, whatever it is he likes to say. He could have done that much better with $1.5 billion more in his pocket, quietly behind the scenes, funding groups who do that. And kept his mouth shut and kept the empire going, but he didn't do that. So maybe someone has someone he loves held hostage, and they are making him say these things. And I know that's crazy. Not as crazy as the things he's been saying, though.
All right, there is.
I like this theory. It's fun.
Kim Kardashian and the Kardashian cabal have held Ye's real family hostage in a cellar.
Look. I've I've got your kid. I got your kid. You tell him. You tell him right now that you like Hitler, and he's just like, the fuck?
He's like, can I soften the blow a little bit and maybe say he invented highways and microphones?
They're like verbatim, motherfucker. You're a lyricist. Figure it out.
I want to hear 3 Hitler compliments by the time you're halfway through.
Comedy comes in threes, bitch.
Comedy comes in threes. That's so
like that explains it. It's like the pig fucking in that Black Mirror episode, right? It's like the only thing
so absurd that it has to be.
It has to be something equally absurd.
It's a solid theory.
Like we got this.
The best part about it is it's fun.
Kanye's a hero in this scenario.
If someone has his son held hostage, then
he's just trying to save the child.
In Die Hard, he didn't want to wear the sign. He was forced to wear the sign.
Having your child kidnapped and tortured is no excuse for anti-Semitism.
Tucker, I used that exact reference in the Hangout like a month.
Did you?
Like a month ago, like 60 days ago. I was like, it's just like that scene from Die Hard where they made him wear the sign. Remember, it's the exact same premise too. The sign said, "I hate ninjas," and he's in Harlem, and I don't think he's wearing anything else, like maybe underwear, boxers. Yeah,
wearing a scared look on his face.
Oh wait,
terrified.
So what if he's doing this to get ahead of some nefarious thing? What if Kanye West is in Epstein's black book? What exactly is he distracting
this helps?
from? No, I don't. But I don't know.
Like one thing at a time. They'll forgive one. Okay, like we were saying this earlier. Like you can beat a girl up, you can mate, you can do any number of
talented
things.
enough.
If you're talented enough,
but
he's
you get $250 million and you
done,
play
though.
for the Cleveland Browns.
Yeah,
If you're
exactly.
good at football, you can get away with a ton.
You can't do what Kanye did though.
Wait, who are you talking about, Jared?
Deshaun Watson and his 24 accused sexual assault victims.
Who's the guy that had his
24?
driver kill somebody?
Rookie
for?
numbers.
Like
Someone had their driver assassinate someone for them?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure like an NFL player either had their driver take somebody out.
Aaron Hernandez,
That's
the Patriots player. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh man, his story
Definitely
you know the whole story.
Yeah.
No, it's sympathetic to Aaron Hernandez.
It's not sympathetic, but it's like kind of fucked up, right? Like he got found out as like gay once he was in prison, and then this radio, everybody kept it quiet. They were like, "This isn't like people are dead. Like we're not going to make gay jokes." And then this one radio DJ was making all these like tight end jokes and and like it got out.
Just one guy storming that beach.
Dude, he committed suicide the next day. Was
I
it?
thought he was still in prison.
He killed himself.
I didn't follow the story.
That's not even his first murder.
It wasn't. It wasn't. It turned out, and the person he killed, it was over some petty shit. It was like, dude, you're in the NFL. Why are you even amongst these people?
I mean, the CTE stuff is like currently. Antonio Brown is like the cool, like poster child. Got to be the worst optics for an NFL oriented player, and since Aaron Hernandez or Tyreek Hill beat his wife, or name another one, but like
Chris Jericho.
Literally, what?
Chris Jericho.
No, we don't talk. No, whoa. NFL. And
yeah, NFL.
and it's just like
Chris
it's wild because you're looking at like all of the things that happen within the NFL and all the things that they're okay with forgiving. And really there is no limit. Like the Deshaun Watson stuff was front and center and with like sexual assault and stuff. And they're like, oh, gets half a season for suspension. And then the Antonio Brown stuff, he's not playing for any teams. But I mean, he just got kicked off a flight from Miami to LA recently for being in and out of consciousness and refusing to put on a seatbelt, causing a flight while this stuff. Help
me. Is he the one that was jerking it a while back?
He was the one that was jerking it, not a while back.
Is he the one?
Several weekends
ago.
Is he the one? So, like, help me about this because I'm like not.
Oh, keep going because the answer is yes. It is him that you're thinking of.
So I believe that he's like a crazy person and like no team would touch him. And Tom Brady stepped up and was like, we want him in Tampa, and like stood up for him, got him a job, and
come live with me. Come live with me.
Took him under his wing, like I did Wings, and then he goes now that Tom is having this very messy divorce, which is clearly shaking him. That same guy is posting like Photoshop pictures of Tom's now ex-wife nude on his Instagram, like really weird shit, like out of nowhere. Super scumbag shit.
This is also are you pulling up dude? This man is literally like, there is no better person to study and say like there's got to be some sort of CTE centric motive for this, because we're talking about a historically very good player.
You ever seen Chuck Liddell have a conversation?
Is he still a very good player?
Antonio Brown won the Super Bowl, right? He's still so good that the Dallas Cowboys are like, we don't fucking care if he just got kicked off the plane for being rowdy. Get him on the Dallas Cowboys. Like he's jerked off on camera in front of people as recently as like 3 weeks ago. And that doesn't even top the top thing that he did like this year. And this is like a laundry list.
10 hours ago, they put out a warrant for his arrest for domestic violence.
That might be
you know what
a problem.
I'm sorry, but yeah, right? No, I don't know his 40 time.
I'm catching that, man.
That is.
I mean,
that is
he's
actually,
also
hold
he's
on.
34.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. He's that good. All right, so let me
No,
see.
I mean, if CTE's happening, 34, like a 34-year-old NFL player's brain is like that. You've been in the league for like what, 16 years at that point? If you started playing at 18, that's
I truly don't know, and that's on me.
Your brain's got to be
around as a
rattled
kid.
as fuck.
You start 13. He's been smacked
you're
around
right.
his whole life.
100%.
You're a kid like him, he probably started Pee-wee like 7, 8. Now I know they're not getting popped in the head at 7 or 8, but
Yeah.
13 or 14 you are.
And by the time you're by the time you're in your mid 30s in the NFL, you've taken so many head knocks.
You literally the worst thing for the NFL this season, which is the third time I've said that, by the way, which is bad season for the NFL. All right, the Tua Tagovailoa. Holy shit, that was hard for me. He's the quarterback for the Miami Dolphins, Tua. All right, this man got hit so hard and was like clearly
started casting
concussed.
spells.
No,
Started using his lightning powers.
Like fucking Emperor Palpatine.
I've never
Unlimited power.
That's so good, Taylor.
Has like a significant portion of his brain matter dies.
Yes, he's like literally. Like,
He's a millionaire. Stop feeling bad for him.
No, it was so fucked up because he had clear concussion in the game 4 days prior, and everybody's like, "Whoa, this man is looking lost. He should not be out there." And he still played, and everybody's like, "That could have been bad." And then he starts the next game, and he gets hit, and casting spells, just borderline repeat some sort of absurd percentage of people who get repeat concussion or whatever end up paralyzed or permanently damaged, and he's one of the lucky people.
Is to me anyway, I only see it in the most severe of concussions.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the worst knocks I've ever seen was Ben Askren taking that knee to the head.
Yeah.
And he's faced. I don't think he did it. I don't think he had a fencing response, but that might be the hardest hit I've ever seen.
The follow-up too. I think everyone talks about the knee.
Smashed him so hard.
He immediately came down and punched his face into the
with
canvas.
One of the hardest, most accurate after the initial KO punches I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Just a big old hammer fist right on the face, and his head bounces off the canvas and does one of these. It was hard. And he took the knee, then he hit the mat, then he had some more. And fuck, Ben, how much did you give up just then?
I mean,
that's
really,
the thing
that's
that
what you're
happens
thinking.
in hockey too. There's the big hit, which is rough, but then when the head hits the ice, that could be the bigger hit.
If your helmet came off in a I worry about them in a fight. Has anybody ever been in a fight, roughing it up, and then
No. If we're gonna talk hockey injuries,
with no helmet,
the one that always makes me uncomfortable is the guy who gets his carotid artery sliced. And
Clint Malarchuk. Yeah.
And then the combat medic comes in there and swoops and is like, "Let me just pinch that off real quick for you, brother.
All right, cool.
You're not dying today."
Dude, this guy, it happened this year. I think I sent the GIF in our WhatsApp. It wasn't
twice in one night. Right?
It was it was a couple times.
Wasn't his arm or was it his neck?
It was his arm. So Evander Kane, he got knocked over, and then the guy we were talking about earlier, Pat Maroon, who's an enormous player, accidentally steps on Evander Kane's wrist. And apparently it cut him to the bone of his wrist. And so immediately you start seeing the ice like blood. And so he grabs his wrist and is skating off. And immediately as soon as Maroon and the Tampa Bay Lightning on the other team see it, they're like, plays dead. Hey, get a fucking medic over here. Don't let him die. That's horrible optics for the sport.
How did you get the blood off the ice? Did they scrape it up and then shovel it away?
They do. Yeah, they scrape it up to get it off.
I think I've seen that.
Snow.
I mean, I've seen them tend the goals and stuff.
Oh God, so
people don't. That's the other thing. When you go to a sport, I wonder what else. So I've only attended professional wise, just baseball, UFC, and hockey. So I'm wondering, is there anything else? So all right. So in baseball, you see them go out there and manicure the mound, between commercials and stuff, and when nobody's looking, it does go on TV. And in hockey, you get to see some hot girls go out there, in case you don't know, in very revealing clothes and make a show of scraping up the ice and shoveling it
Not
away.
the Kings. Those are all butch men and people who won contests. There's nothing attractive about that.
Like, I'm sure everybody does something different with it. I've definitely seen like black
all the
lingerie.
southern teams like in football style, like have like teeny skimpy little outfits on them.
The Carolina Hurricanes were the first team to get fucking smoke shows to like clean up the snow in front of the net.
Okay.
There was a term, I forget the name for them, but like it was like the whatever Carolina smoke shows, and they're hot.
Yeah.
I have a friend that fucked one.
Oh, very nice.
Nice.
Good for your friend.
It's me.
Actually, yeah, it was two. This is double.
I love that scene from Billy Madison where Will Ferrell's, Chris Farley's looking at Adam Sandler. He's like, me and her got it on. And Adam Sandler's like, no, you didn't. He's like, nah, but this guy I know. Oh, yeah, right up in there. And he's like, no, he didn't. He's like, no, he didn't. But you can imagine what it'd be like if he did. Like, yeah, I can imagine what it would be like if another man hypothetically had sex with that woman. Yeah.
It's a shame.
How far removed are we going to be in this fantasy?
It's a shame he's dead.
It's a shame he's dead. He was a funny man. He was a funny. Him and John Candy, two of the best.
I heard that Chevy Chase treated Farley really poorly because he reminded him of Belushi and like how he was like that big fat over the top and that it had killed him and he'd lost his friend that way and he like just didn't like Farley at all.
I did not know that.
Although Chevy Chase hates everybody.
Everybody says he's a douche.
Oh, he's got an excuse for this one guy. Fuck that. Fuck Chevy Chase.
Yeah, fuck Chevy Chase. Although I love his movies. Christmas Vacation. Y'all never seen it? Everybody, the show's like about to end pretty soon. Christmas Vacation. One of my roll them up. That's National Lampoon's Vacation, which you'll want to watch after Christmas Vacation because you'll like it so much. You
don't watch Vegas Vacation.
You get to see Beverly D'Angelo topless in National Lampoon's, and she has amazing tits. At the very least, if you don't watch Christmas Vacation, you don't watch National Lampoon's Vacation. Google Beverly's tits from National Lampoon's Vacation.
I'm gonna do that.
Okay, see those shower titties. Okay, all right, those are fantastic.
Oh, you know what? This is like a core memory for me. I'm there. Eyes closed. Like I remember.
Core memory.
One of those tent pole memories.
Y'all have any Christmas?
I'm watching on Reddit right now. Solid.
Enjoy.
Yeah.
Do y'all have any Christmas movies that are like your Christmas? Here's my movies. I'll let you think while you do this. Christmas Vacation is probably number one. Die Hard, and everybody chooses Elf, and it upsets me because Elf was not one for me. But what was the other one? I need time to think about my own list. I had a third, but I'm spaced on it now.
Elf is hilarious. I really like Elf.
Elf is great.
Yeah, I think it's funny. Bad Santa. Bad Santa's up there for me. That counts as a Christmas movie. I love Bad Santa.
I might choose Bad Santa for that one. Mine are mostly the irreverent ones, I guess. But like, I really like. Oh, the Christmas Vacation. Everybody comes together. It's kind of about how hectic things are, and then how you come together as a family, regardless. Did you see that? Remember the original Christmas Story where little Ralphie licks the pole, the BB gun shoot your eye out?
24/7 looping TV. So that one is literally just in bold or whatever the word, just emblazoned in my head.
Have you seen the sequel?
No, there shouldn't be a sequel, and I'm not doing that.
Not only is there a sequel, which I believe either just came out or is just about to come out, Ralphie's back. The actor who played Ralphie is the dad now, trying to put on an old-timey fucking Christmas for his family, and everything's going wrong.
There better be a leg lamp.
There better be there'll be a leg lamp. 1,000% there'll be a leg lamp.
Like 50% of the movie.
The weird thing is his face. It still looks like a little kid, but old. It's like you took a fucking Snapchat app or whatever and like aged him and just like put some lines on his forehead and some bags under his eyes or whatever, and it's like. Yeah, there's
Christmas
60-year-old
Story 2.
Yeah, his name is Peter Billingsley.
Oh my God, he does look like him.
I mean, it's him. Just so we're clear.
He
just still very much looks like a child.
That's crazy. He looks like him.
It's all coming together.
He looks like himself, like a lot.
All right, we're gonna call it a show because Woody's mic just fell out again. No, Woody's mic fell. His fucking stupid mic keeps messing up.
I swear, sometimes it just clicks off. What is the deal?
Oh, good. He's mad at the mic, not me.
So you guys know where to find.
Woody snapped on a kid in the hangout. Well, I did too, by the way. But Woody snapped on a kid in the hangout, and it was beautiful. It's like a guy that I played games with a lot. Afterwards, he was like, "Bro, I was so stoned, I didn't even know Woody was telling a story."
Oh my
Apparently, he was, and
I didn't, and I mistimed my interjection. Now, all right, so. Jericho, anywhere new everyone can find you? All the same
Still
places?
the same stuff. Yeah.
Check out Jericho. Leave comments on his videos about how I was right in that thing Kyle and I are arguing about.
That is true.
And
whatever it was.
Yep. And Woody, you'll talk to him next week when he's back in the audio. So that is PKA 624. Check out the sponsor.